Bum, bum. Oops. Bum, 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 bum. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow, meow. Meow. Still no. Well, we have everything we want. Don't need path. Wait, what? Oh, yeah. No. No, no. No, 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 no. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow, meow. Fine, just fine. Nope. Planar something. No. We're building a magic deck. That is what we are doing. We should unban channel. Do they have to be sagas? Nope. Non-legendary enchantment. Yeah, we're playing Terra Magical Adept. This isn't particularly exciting, but it's a saga. There's not one for this one either. Jeez, back to that. What does this do? Mill 5, Elf. My favorite Final Fantasy commander? Celeste. I will do that. win with Spark Double on the backside and Irreversible Duplication. Seems like a lot of setup for a weird way to win. Wait, what? Oh. That is the entire name of the card, jeez. How does that win? Is it a combo? Where's the combo? Token. Except the token is flying. Is the same as Spark Double. Okay. Why do we care about this? Making... Yeah, what is... Oh, so you target... Wait a minute, what? Target non-legendary. So you can make infinite 6/6s. Doesn't that break the game, though? How do you target any... If this is the only enchantment, create a token that's a copy of non-legendary. Doesn't this break the game? You can't stop targeting things, and then you're stuck with like 250 6/6s. The partner commanders? Oh yeah. They've been, from my experience playing against them, they've been extremely good. I have not played any yet, though. Yeah, you need another target for this. So you need Terra, Spark Double, and another enchantment. You can still fill the board with these. I don't really care to do this. I don't know, maybe it's an idea. It's not really... I don't even think it's necessary. You're just like a 5-color good stuff pile. You don't really need a combo. A 3-card combo that doesn't immediately kill your opponent is also a bit strange. But it isn't... I would play it because of the value. I wouldn't play it because of the potential combo. So... Yeah, that's what I was saying. I need another... That's why it's a 3-card combo, because otherwise you get stuck. You're just forced to keep targeting it, and then you just break the game, so it doesn't really work. And oh yeah, get lost. And then I don't really know if I want to do that. But, who knows? It's 3 lore counters. Does that kick you all the way to the end? Does it kick you to the end, or is it stuck at exactly 3? Because you didn't, like... Alright, yeah, never mind then. I think you're just right. Whoops. I think we were wrong. You can just put the... You don't need another enchantment, you just put the last one to 4. Because you can put up to 3 lore counters on it. Oh. Enters with 1 and 3, goes to 4. That's interesting. Well, I've never seen that happen before. If it's just a 2-card combo, that's just a card that combos with your commander without any help is kind of nuts. That's more efficient than a server rack. However, it's still, you still have to flip it. Might not run many black cards. Actually, the idea would be not many red, which is usually what happens. Yeah, we're gonna do everything except red. And the green red triomes are fine, like those two. Too many triomes. We'll see though. It's not necessary. We're gonna need no, not actually that consistent, but at least stomping ground for sure. Chain to the rocks. Complete chain of the rocks. Huge. Heliod's tomato soup. Sphere of Safety is actually kind of neat. That has won me. Has won me games. Can't go without Splendor. These are okay. Not super enthralled with them though. Spreading Seas is odd. It can do the thing. 2 Rhystic Studies is funny, though I'm not even a fan of the first Rhystic Study. Yeah, no. I mean, Rhystic Study on turn 2 is kind of annoying, but again, I've literally played Rhystic Study 2 games in a row on turn 2, and it didn't draw a single card. It's not a multiplayer format. I've talked at great length about that card. Not doing it again. Kindred Discovery, you can turn all our creatures into wombats. A second black market's kind of not a good idea. But who cares? The first one's just so busted. I forgot Dark Ritual. I'll have to remind myself. Phyrexian Scriptures is kind of interesting. Yeah, this is really interesting, actually. Don't really care about Virtue. Other than it being a removal spell. Yeah, I'm not super excited about Virtue. Maybe. Most likely not. And yeah, red kind of taking a back seat here. Which is normal for these 5 color piles. Doesn't play nicely with others. Spiteful Vanditry could matter. 2 of these is also kind of funny, assuming I'm continuously dealing with things, which I might not. Sanctum Weaver's done. Ancestral Mask can genuinely one-shot somebody. But without trample or anything, not super likely. Yeah, it's not super likely. Unless I have a more... let's have more targets. Oh yeah, Overlord, that's right. You're an enchantment for some reason. All of the Overlords are enchantment. I could probably run all of them, actually. Shoot. Is this legendary on the other? Yep. Can't do that. Klothys is not going to be a creature, and as far as I understand, you can't target legendaries. Yeah, so that doesn't work. We could put Terra in the deck too. Magical Adept, that's... I mean, it fits the theme of the deck so far. This is doubly busted, maybe? What do you do? What's the one that blows stuff up? You. Draw 2, lose 2, a creature enters. Okay. Teamer Ascendancy. A hexproof enchantment land. I can copy Valgavoth's Lair. Can actually do Case of the Shattered Pact. Look for a basic, put it to your hand. Imagine this just put it in play and it was just the most broken. There are 5 colors among permanents. This does not flip into that. So this is not going to happen though. Yeah, it's not going to happen. Close. Guess it's just progenitus bust. This is not a legendary. It doesn't even flip into a legendary. You'd figure the Kami War would be a legendary thing. Guess not. It's only been 20 years. I like it. And then... This is another commander I want to play. I don't know. Is this a human? It's a human, a wizard, and a warrior. Wow. Okay. Well, if you like the party decks, that just sets you up for, like... Wait a minute. Are there actually party cards? Wizard Warrior. We can... What... Is there a party card? Let's see. Sleeper Tech. Well, you cost 2 less. Not exactly. Shuffling the graveyard? I guess. I don't know. I don't think I'm it doesn't interact with the graveyard on its own, right? Put up to... Yeah, it doesn't interact with the graveyard on its own. So, eh. Oh right, I want to reanimate and Dark Ritual because they exist and ruin everything. Dark Ritual is almost always good. It's hard to say it's ever bad, so I'm hard pressed to be convinced to not run it, especially with explosive vegetation stuff. Which I think I do want. Search 2 tapped. This might actually be a vegetation deck. It's been a while since I've played one. It's actually been a really long while since I've played a vegetation deck. I'm willing to try that. Okay. I'm not going to run a desert for this one. And then there's a chance I want board wipes. We are very creature light, so board wipes are definitely very good. Probably not farewell though. I don't think I really need farewell. Well, I don't know. Farewell's fine. Okay, I don't need spreading seas. I'm convinced it's not gonna wind up winning any games. And it can be hard to cast Counterspell Meta Drain. But if Atraxa can run it, so can we. Especially without any red cards. It's not like we're all in on 5 colors. It's just 4. Unfortunately, the red is the one my commander always wants, but it hardly matters. You're never gonna mess that up. What card did you say? Draw 2, discard 1, shuffle stuff, add blue. I guess. This is really weird. I think I would rather play... no, I wouldn't say it's... I'd rather play Divination. But you can play Divination on turn 2. You don't really want to, though, honestly. If you can help it, would likely do anything else. But I don't know. This I would rather this just be another explosive vegetation. I don't really care about shuffling my graveyard in. I guess you choose. You don't have to shuffle all the cards in. Still kind of odd. Adding 2 blue is a bit random. I think the 3-mana white pseudo-equivalent might just be better. And I could just run it, actually. Saga of the Birth of something? No, not Meletis. What's it called? Restoration of Alejandro. That one's probably fine. Feels like a... This feels like a better version of the Bath Song to me. Even, what's the other one? Modern Age. I would probably play Modern Age before I play the Bath Song. It's extremely significant that this costs 4. It's very significant. Cura Best the Sea Gods is probably not... Yeah, I'm not sure about these two. I don't really need them. I don't need a giant, scary enchantment. Like, I really do not need one. And if I'm going to have one, I should probably just have a couple. I just don't need a bunch of those. Speaking of needing them, I should run Idyllic Tutor at the very least. Could run Grim Tutor as well. Because of course we can. Still unfortunately interested in sweepers. Little Sag, but it is what it is. Can run the simple ones. I mean, we did have scriptures already. Supreme Verdict can get... what can that take care of? Tameo? Supreme Verdict is probably just strictly better than one of these, but I kind of want another one. I didn't make room for the overlords, although, I don't know, the white one's kind of interesting. I don't really care too much about it. I want Supreme Verdict. Destroy all creatures and enchantments. Oh boy. We can make infinite... Oh, we can play Zakama. Oh. Wow, it's kind of hard to, isn't it? I don't really care. I want to play this. I don't care. Zakama was one of the first decks I played as a person on the internet. Back when I was in diapers. With no discard, Reanimate's still fine. Reanimate's almost always good. We don't have like a super early game-breaking Reanimate, but that hardly matters. It really wants more planes over the islands, huh? Okay. I think I need a second island. I have Into the North, so unfortunately I need Snowlands. I could just abandon Into the North out of sheer spite. But unfortunately it is really good. It is good. Although Arcane Signet is just basically the same thing, and it's all the colors at the same time, it's probably okay to run Arcane Signet. Though, to be completely honest with you, I should probably run both. Rampant growths are just, like, completely disgusting. Oh, I don't want to, though. Ugh, I don't want to ruin my basics. Okay, so if I don't ruin my basics, I can just run... I need more basics anyways. This happened last time, so I gotta reassess a land thing that probably doesn't have to be in here. I don't think we need all the Verge lands. We're not struggling to get any one color in play, so yeah, let's click faster with this list. This viewer, let's get rid of the Verge lands. I just don't need them. I could probably keep the green ones, to be honest. I probably could, like at least the blue-green one, the green-white one as well. Like the Bant ones can stay. Maybe. I think I took one of them out. I did. Okay, maybe not the Bant ones, just the, because one of the Bant ones would be the blue-white one, which... Alright, so the Bant, but only the green Bant ones. And the same can kind of be said about the Shocklands, but Shocklands are so much easier to not care about, honestly. It did remove the first mountain, which I don't want it to do. I'll worry about that later, though. And then I can run 2 or 3 Snowlands, again, probably just the Bant ones, maybe one with red. Boom, boom. You can still fetch for these. It's not like they're... Boom, boom, boom. Oh, now it doesn't even like the forest. Wow, really? The auto land suggester is strange sometimes. No forest is completely wrong, so I'll trust the judgment of the thing that something must change. There is a huge argument you can avoid all non-green lands and run every land that at least taps for green. Except basics, obviously. Like, what Triumph doesn't tap for green? This one? I don't think you can go away. Because green is the spine of really any kind of strategy like this. And I have to force the first red. Is it just not? Really? Wow. It's still saying no forests. Fascinating. Get rid of the blue black, or just the black? Yeah, probably Watery Grave then. Hollow Fountain is maybe okay. Oh boy. What are the least represented colors? So black and red. So we can run. No, I already have the Jund one. I already have the Jund Triome. But the Grixis Triome could just be your like off-color fetch. Also, I did forget Command Tower, I think. I did. And Cavern is probably fine. I don't think Cavern's going to ruin anything. Yeah, we can probably put Cavern in here. I got caught up in my colors of lands that I forgot about Command Tower. Wouldn't be the first time. Alright, well, it's going to need forests. So... probably need more than 40 lands. Not really a big deal for a deck like this, honestly. Not a big deal at all. Summon Fenrir is not going to get copied by my commander, because this costs way too much mana before this would die. Most of the time. I mean, it is possible. But even if I do copy this, all I'm getting is a basic land. And I have so much basic land stuff going on. I think it's one of those pitfall cards. You're just running it because it has enchantment text. But I have better that in here. I have better that. Text box. Esper Sentinel slightly out of place. Tamiyo could probably come in here. With so many fetch lands, because I said Tamiyo, I now must assess Brainstorm as a thing. I'm gonna turn my lamp on. There. You can actually reanimate if you mill Spark Double too. Kind of random, but it is possible. 24, maybe more, maybe more. Oh, it pains me to accept that Sakama's probably just not good here, but I just want to play it so bad. Fine. Ugh. Ugh. A dream for another day. I think I can shave a basic tutor. Maybe. Maybe I'm not running Mana Drain Counterspell. Double blue is annoying, and if I can help it, dodging maybe some deck weight could pit me against weaker opponents. Who knows? That's a Final Fantasy commander. I know it's a pipe dream, but I'm gonna say it anyways. I'm not sure why it's such a large fan of the swaps. Well, like, what is even black in here? 1, 2, 3. There's some double black. Could wind up wanting to dodge the double black cards, but for now it's fine. But, let me do that. Okay. Oop. Still want probably 2 more basics. Can take out non-green shock lands like you. Stomping Ground's still very valuable. There are moderate concerns with outrunning a mountain. But those concerns are pretty meh. Yeah, it's kind of like whatever. I really do not need a mountain. That being said, white, blue. That being said, could shave. Now that I have snow basics, I don't need all these tapped snow lands. What's the third one? It's the Rimewood, okay. I don't need Rimewood as bad anymore. White looks a bit more demanding. I'm gonna bite the bullet and probably add the first mountain, which I'd rather not do, but for now at least. But it's likely to not maintain its existence there. Grim Tutor is somewhat just better than Idyllic Tutor, but it is double black. That's not totally free. But Grim Tutor hides what I find. I don't really care about losing through life. I want maybe 3 or 4 more enchantments. Everything in here is fine. Which one of these is a battle? I didn't add the battle one, did I? I did. Okay, never mind. Leyline Binding is likely to be cheap every time I cast it. I'd say on average maybe at least 2 or 3 discount it when it is time to go to actually cast it. I don't really care about Bitter Blossom. Pretty sure I saw Assemble the Legion. played once. Dragonback Assault, it's kind of slow. It does show up with the, like, Anger of the Gods effect, I guess. Whenever land you control enters, make 4/4s. I wouldn't doubt it works. It does cost 6, though. Playing 2 of these is funny. 2 of them is funny. It's like your opponent needs... Yeah, why not? It's funny. I don't think I've really played it before. No, I played it once, I think, and it didn't really do anything. I don't remember what deck that was. I think it was Sarkhan when I went back and played it. Crewfix is nice, too. Ghostly Prison works really nice with Sphere of Safety. I don't think I need it. Sphere of Safety could just be a sweeper, in all honesty. But it's okay as it is. There's so many times people forget this exists. Like, alright, I'm going to play my stuff, and then I'm going to swing. It's like, well, now you can't swing, because you played your stuff, buddy. It's happened every time I played this. And then people swing anyways, and they don't know why they can't swing. It happens so often. I don't know what it is about effects like this. Attack taxing is, like, incomprehensible to aggro players or something. It's like, why is my Primeval Titan not able to attack? It's like, rah. Rah. Mirari's Wake could be Explosive Vegetation, number 12. I don't really need what this is doing, but I can't say it's bad. It's also an enchantment. Everything here is fine. You could take out Reanimate, because it's not trying to scam people, but it's still good really at any point in the game. There's plenty of opportunities for Reanimate to be good. I mean, I can just Reanimate my commander, honestly. I don't know, I'm going to take out Reanimate. I'm taking it out for now. I'm not in the mood to one-card combo people right now. We're not playing the scam cards. Except maybe Cythus if it's left untouched. I don't even know if I like Restoration. Basic Plains. Kinda ugly. Discard a card when you do return target permanent. It is kinda ugly. It's still okay. It's not like the second white source is bad. Could probably get rid of the Explosive Vegetation. Could probably get rid of one of these. What? Clay-fired bricks? Excuse? This doesn't ramp you, though. And I would like Birth of Meletis way before I like this anyways. So you just play Birth of Meletis first. Just play that first. Which I would not play. I'm not taking out a land. Alright, I'm going to try taking on explosive vegetation. That one's fine. I don't have any towns. Alright. That's actually not bad. Okay. Alright. Alright, we're here with Terra, Magical Adept. 3 mana 4/2. When it enters, mill 5, put an enchantment milled this way to your hand. And then for 6, much like Clive, you flip this into a Saga. That is also a 6/6 flying creature. And when it flips, you create tokens of non-legendary enchantments. So you can't target itself. They get haste if it's like another enchantment creature or something that would matter. And if it's a Saga, you can sort of decide where you are in the lore chapter thing, because you can put up to 3 lore counters on it. And then you get Progenitus mana, and it flips back. Progenitus mana is kind of whatever. I had Zakama in here for a second, but I needed room for more enchantments, and I just had to accept that Zakama wasn't going to make it. But man, do I want to play it. I'm also not running Mana Drain or Reanimate, because, who knows, deck weight could matter. And also, just make room for enchantment-based stuff instead of the cards that sort of end the game immediately, and then I don't really get to play anyways. So I'm not running those. That is to say, I'm still playing Dark Ritual. There's not many black cards in here, but Dark Ritual doesn't care. This is basically Channel, which is banned. But it's not basically Channel, but, you know, it's kind of the same idea. I would play Channel in this deck, is kind of what I'm getting at there. The lands and the deck as a whole, red is on the back foot. This is not anything new or novel when it comes to 5-color commanders. This is 5-color, by the way, because of the mana identity of the floating mana it just suddenly generates. If it wasn't for that, it would just be a red-green deck. So it's as deep as it could possibly get to let you add other colors in your deck without the card itself caring that you did that. You know, it's just kind of funny to me. Like the mana you add way later that 90% of games you just won't see. But, I mean, this is 1v1. Maybe normal EDH, you're going to flip this sometimes. But here, you know, it's a 6-mana thing. We'll see. It probably flips way more consistently than Clive, because it has more than just red. So, yeah. These 2 cards, as far as I'm to understand, are a 1-card combo with your commander. You just make a non-legendary token of the flipped side, and then you target that over and over. And you make infinite 6/6 flying hastes. Now, you would think you get stuck, at least I thought you were getting stuck, infinitely targeting it if it's the only enchantment in play. But, as far as I'm to understand, you can add up to 3 lore counters. It starts with 1, so you go straight to 4 on the last one, and then swing with 249, because 250 is the token limit. 249 6/6 flyers. Most people probably would concede even if it did go infinite and you got stuck into a force draw because it kept targeting itself and couldn't stop and was stuck on like 1 lore counter. But it does not, so I'm pretty sure this works. And because of that, these are very scary. Flipping this has ideas. I'm not running Grim Tutor. I might wind up running Grim Tutor. Trying to avoid as many double colored pip cards as I could. That is to say, I'm still running a fair amount of double black here, but shouldn't be too big of a deal. If Grim Tutor, if this feels like it would matter a lot, then I'm going to run more tutors, right? Reanimate is also viable because of this mills, and if you reanimate one of these because you milled it, you know, there you go. That's great. But still, just not looking to play Reanimate right now. Leyline Binding is kind of neat. 5-color deck and all that. The first basic mountain could just be some kind of Triome or Dual Land or whatever, but I'm willing to entertain the first one. Actually, I could drop these Snowlands, because initially I refused to play basic Snowlands just for Into the North, but reality sank in that I should probably just do it. So here we are with Snowlands. So I don't know if these two Snowlands are right, but I spent so much time on the lands that I don't feel like continuing to do that right now. So for right now, they're going to stay. But they could be triumphs or whatever. But yeah, the red is on the back foot. It is pretty easy to get the first red source, I would argue. Especially with infinite fetch lands and Cavern Souls and all that jazz. So I'm not really too concerned about that. But we'll see. The enchantment count is a little on the lighter side. It's only 26, right? You mill 5. You're on average going to see, I think, more than one. I don't know, I play Magic cards, I don't do math. But we have a chance to hit something every time. And even if we don't, I don't really care, honestly. More interested in genuinely just flipping this into scary nonsense. And it doesn't need help with card selection. It is nice that it's there, though. And I'm sure it will come up. So, yep, let's see what happens. Let's see what happens when we play the not Golos. And I can't reroll my thing. I guess we're a 5-color deck. I don't really care what my quest is. it can be anything. It doesn't matter. I think a 5-color deck is capable of completing every quest in the game, as far as I'm to understand. As far as I'm to understand it. Alright, so Yuriko on the play, kind of an absolute nightmare. I don't have a... oh, of course, yeah. Rip. I think I'm just going to move on. I think I'm not interested in playing this. I'm not interested. I'm not going to lie to you. It's kind of like playing Tamiyo on the play. I'm not genuinely stopping anything at a reasonable amount of time, and I'm just going to die. If I was on the play, I think it would be categorically different, though. Alright. Temple Garden? It's looking like a Temple Garden situation. Methinks. This is the hexproof one, right? Yep. Well, that would be nice to cast, but alas, that is not the case. I'm not going to swing. Get lost could matter. Well, we said these weren't bracketed and weighed, but apparently Terra so far is tier 1. Oh, wow. That totally hasn't happened all day yesterday. Or wait, no. It didn't happen yesterday. It did not. We dodged it yesterday. Yeah, I could run Mana Confluence as well. That's fair. Yeah, there's still Hell Q. There are still brackets. I don't know if there's 5. It feels like there's actually 3. But don't let anyone tell you they know, because no one does. But it feels like there's definitely more than 2. I'll give you that. So I want to deal with this because it's like insane if I don't. So we're gonna go ahead and deal with that. I could play Kami. Should I play Kami? Probably... No, probably not, actually. Probably not. Ooh, we get the blowout, huh? Wow, look at that. Nice. wonder if you put it on top. I think you have to now. Yep. That is what I thought. Alright, so we can play our commander. Should tap that to do it. Commander's not the most exciting thing right now. Subject to change, maybe? More lands, more better. I need a second white source. Well, I mean, I have Avacyn's Pilgrim, but that's not it. Wrath of God can probably go, but both of my cards are not reliable here. But yeah, Wrath of God's not really doing anything. I can flip my commander, which, again, doesn't really do that much. In fact, if it dies... Okay, I was gonna say, if it dies, I can probably just do anything I want. Let's get you. That is an awful, awful draw. So you, and we just swing. There's no reason to flip my commander, even if I could. Yeah, there's no reason to flip it. It's not really doing anything. Copying Heliod's Pilgrim is not really doing anything. Really? You just do nothing? Wow. You do stone cold nothing? That's crazy. No more opportunity to copy Heliod's Pilgrim. I mean, Heliod's punishment, not Pilgrim. Okay, they killed a Manadork, but I just played a Manadork, so... Yeah, they would see a bunch of early things. I mean, we can't be too blown away when we see a Mana Drain. If your deck has blue in it, you should expect all opponents to have Mana Drain. There's not really a rhyme or reason not to play them. So, I'm going to swing with just this, and probably cast Fear of Safety. Yeah, this makes sense to me. And I don't really care... I have to cast this. No, I don't have to cast it, actually. I don't have to cast it. Okay, we can just send this. This isn't even the most exciting thing here, but who knows. But if I cast Dark Ritual, they don't discard or draw another card off of it, so I don't just dump it, but... rip. Oh, come on! Come on! This is... We've drawn all the Manadorks. Come on. Oh, that is so bad. If it was a land, we were fine. Yeah, that was right there. That was the turn. That was the turn. I just completely whiffed it. It's just so bad. It's unbelievably bad. Okay, well, I guess there's that. You have Stifle? No, you don't. No, you don't. How dare you? Alright, that's what I thought. We're just... probably just super dead here. This is, I mean, it's make or break right now. And opponent gets Ujin. Great. Wait, does that do it? Oh, they get my summon thing. Of course they do. Why wouldn't you? You got it, buddy. Why not? Why not? Probably the only creature... There's like 2 creatures in my deck, and they just stole the one that wins the game. If they didn't, we won the game with the 6/6 flyer. Yep. That's all. It literally boiled down to I didn't draw a mana source and lost the game. That's it. Or my opponent's mill 7 would have to whiff, which it had a pretty high chance of whiffing, honestly. Might have to... No. Oh, it depends what they do this turn, actually. Well, we knew what they just drew for the turn. Okay. Opponent, please. You're playing Pock, it's not hard. The deck plays itself. Please. Good lord, bro. Good lord. I don't have time for this. Genuinely. Don't have time. Oof, if we have one more land. If we have one more land. Jeez. I don't know. It needs, I think it needs another land, yeah. It's not quite there. Huh, okay. Well, apparently Hell Q is people conceding turn 1, myself included. That would have been a rare instance of me casting Arcane Signet. We almost saw it. It was almost there. It's almost there. Splender's not great here. It's not bad, but it's definitely not great. The Arcane Signet play is back on the table. We found it. Not even sure if I cast my commander next turn, because Mirari's Wake is really good. So, there's that. I think I'm actually going to go that route, especially if they just don't do too much in the meantime. I think they basically have to interact with it, otherwise we're just too far ahead. Okay, it looks like they're not able to. Yep. This is very, very, very good. It's only lands, right? Yeah, it's lands. Oh, my opponent had the only answer in Grixis to it. Alright, well, never mind. Silly me. Certainly tracks. Collector's Vault. Okay. So my commander... I don't really care about this. Yeah, we're just cast this. I also don't care if this dies. Alright, well we've gotten the quote-unquote 1 on average outcome that I was talking about earlier. That has happened every time, and, well, to me that's just kind of okay. I'm going to discard one of these lands. Although Sphere of Safety is kind of lame. No, I'm getting rid of a land. I assume my opponent's going to block, but who knows. Seemed weird. One, two, three, four, five, six. Yeah, Mirari's Wake would have won the game on the spot. They did have to have that card. And they did. I don't think it matters what kind of triome. No, it really doesn't. So we'll just get that one. It doesn't really matter. We already have Arcane Signet. It's just... everything's fine here. Not sure what I'm looking for as an outcome right now. Okay. What? Okay. Should probably... yeah, I think they... maybe they thought it was power 4 and not... no, there's something fishy going on. Okay, I'm gonna hide behind this. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. Well, I call it hiding, but we're not quite hiding. Alright, well, they have the broken card, of course they do. They can swing, and it's pretty free to swing here. I'm actually just almost dead now. On the bright side, this costs 2 mana to swing at me. I don't know if that really matters. I kind of doubt it. And this makes 5/5s? It does? Alright, we're just dead then. Okay. Good old reanimate. Well, so far every loss has been to one of the cards that shouldn't be in the format. That's great. No, that's not true. That's not true at all. My opponent had the Feed the Swarm. It was not reanimate. It was the Feed the Swarm. We just got completely thrashed by Feed the Swarm. I could have cast the Supreme Verdict earlier. The outcome is basically the same, though, because Reanimate's beyond stupid, but yeah, there's nothing I can do about that. Nothing I can do about it. So, this is anything green? No, anything with white and green and blue, so you... Oh, well, it is what it is. It is what it is. Let's get you. No, I want this. Yep. Yeah, I've been hearing talks of Ancient Tomb. Can't wait. I already have a red source. I don't really need more white. Again, either matters here. There's a good chance I crack this for lands, so let's get an island, because again, it doesn't really matter. And I'm not casting Molt Tender, so yeah, I'm not casting anything. What actually does this do? Sack artifact, sigil artifact land. Okay. That's very strange, but I like it. I've never seen that card in play in my life. That's a very odd turn from the opponent. Very strange. It's easy to cast my commander here because we're at a spot where we don't care if it dies, and it is extremely likely to die. So this works out really nice. It does give my opponent the ability to use their mana, but that's okay. We shall make do. All of these are okay. Given the hand, I kind of want this. Yeah, given the hand, I'll take that. Well, I would say running more sagas is ideal, but if you're in Hell Queue, then your sagas don't matter. So, there's that. This is Dark Confidant, right? Yeah, that is the Dark Confidant. They also did not kill my commander. I won't lie to you, that's a bit insane. So, if I cast this, 4, do that, do that. I can try to go for the flip and then spark double, but I think it's safe to just not get into trouble. Just not playing the tricks here. We can just grab the triomes, I think. I feel like the triomes, just getting them is just totally fine. It means my fetch lands are worse, but I don't actually, let's get the snow land out of there. I don't really care about that. The fetch lands don't need to do anything beyond this point. So that it doesn't matter anyways. Could have played the fetch land instead of the forest, I guess. If I can help it, maybe not paying more life is fine against Sephiroth. We know how this deck likes to operate, so... Though, to be fair, they've played so far 3 cards I've just really never seen before. Okay, make it... Well, I've seen this one before, but not too often. What does that do? 1/1, battlefield. Okay. There is some kind of 1-mana spell. If it's a combat trick, I'm pretty upset. Or, you know, some sort of cheat death effect, I mean. Not really... Because we have summon Danger Noodles, I'm not scared about... stuff here. Okay, they did not make any kind of move. Doesn't matter when I do this, this will trigger nonetheless. It doesn't matter. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight, nine. Yeah, we're gonna cast it. And it is a cheat death, of course. Alright. Tragic. And more removal. Okay, excellent. And Bloodghast. Okay, yep. Amazing. They didn't swing with it, but it doesn't matter because they're just sacking it. Yeah, it doesn't matter. And now I can't kill anything because that. And there's no way to win the game. Oh, looks like they have a removal spell. Oh, they do. Yeah, they have a Diabolic Content. Alright, well, we just got completely thrashed. Just outright and utterly destroyed there. I still refuse to play Reanimate and Mana Drain, but that would certainly help by a lot. Well, this can work. It can also not work. I don't know. The best? Well, I would just say it's probably the only one. I wouldn't say it's the best. Oh, okay, we could just, you know... We could just get that. Of course. The old turn 1 Kami Flare. Well, eventually we'll copy a Saga. Don't worry, it'll happen. I promise. I promise our commander will actually do something. In Hell Q. Blue and white. Well, I'd rather you not call random people that, but I guess we can all say those words. How dare people play the game the way you don't like? They're not playing the free lands for some reason. I'm not going to bounce the Chrome Box. There's no need for all that language, my guy. Calm down. It's just a card game. I kind of hope they play the Glorybringer, because this is like the only opportunity where it could do something, but they know about the Splendor. Alright, they found it worth it. Kind of agree, but we'll see. Mono Red cannot stop Splendor, but I'm sure there's ways they can maybe circumvent it. Oh, I suppose that also flips. Yeah, they're probably... Well, yeah, I don't know. It's going to be extremely difficult, but hey, it's possible. My opponent did not concede, so something's up. This deals, what, triple damage? The 1/1 still hit me for 3? Although I mean, this can just blow it up, yeah. Okay, well now it's probably completely lights out. I drew that thing. I don't think I've ever actually swung with this card before. Huh. Forgot it even did something. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep forcing the issue until my opponent just gives up. I'm not even gonna kill Count on luck, I just don't care. Kinda feels bad to draw both. Okay, feels less bad. Feels less bad. This is just... Okay, I can't take care of that. Huh, yeah, there it is. Just in time. Yep, just in time. Phyrexian Scriptures is probably fine. Yeah, this is fine. It makes the portal kind of bad, but the portal isn't really doing it. It's not reanimating anything that, like, matters. I don't even know if they should reanimate this, because if I bounce this, they're kind of, like, screwed. Probably shouldn't give me that option. Enters, deals 4, removed from creatures. Okay. Let's put this back here. This is not an artifact, right? Yeah, it's not an artifact. They just played that into the scriptures. That's a little interesting. I'm not sure why. Didn't have to do that. Sphere of Safety. Alright, well, if they were trying to hit us, that is probably now out of the question. But there is an endless degree of 1/1s. I have to find a way to kill my opponent. I'm not swinging at them with the 4/2. Clive is just a 6-mana 1/1. There's no reason to counter it or anything. Oh, they can flip the Iron Crag. They do flip the Iron Crag. Okay, never mind. They have stats now. I would be so impressed if they got through this Splendor and won this game. It's possible. Alright, I guess it's not. I guess it's not in the long run. So, they have to pay 3 per creature. Terra's gonna flip and not really do much, but it is okay. To be fair, it's a 6/6 flyer, right? We do actually have that going for us. Yeah, this doesn't generate any real value. It just makes a 1/1 a turn. But they did put up a rather hefty degree of resilience from what I was doing, but not enough. Well, if they take the Bahamut and I just unsummon it with, like, Cyclonic Rift, they would just lose. So I don't know if that matters. And it's not like my commander has access to it, right? I don't have access to it. Yeah, no, there's no access to it. Speaking of access, I guess for the sake of playing Sagas, I could play this card. I don't think this is very good, though. But I haven't played it before, and this is kind of the deck to play it in. Might as well try it. I mean, if we're in Hellqueue, then I don't think much matters anyways. It's not like I'm getting to these cards consistently. It is unfortunate. Eldest Reborn could matter. It's more useful to have the Edict in Hellqueue than normal, but it still costs 5, and it isn't exactly just, you know, breaking the bank or anything. I don't really care for Showdown. What about hyper-efficient O-ring effects? What's interesting to... Does it sack or get exiled? You do sacrifice it. Okay. There's not really any... Yeah, Yuna. That's true. Yuna could be that kind of thing. What I could also do is drop Scythus and just bank on trying to get myself out in a lower bracket. I find that to be extremely unlikely, though. But to be fair, this actually hasn't done much. It's not like it's at its best. It could just be Yuna that cares about the graveyard. Now, this doesn't solve the main issue, but there's something there, maybe. What is good to lose? Spreading Seas does have text on it, but, like, you're just drawing a card. That's like, why do you... Is this... No. Chthonian Nightmare, if I had stuff like that, would be kind of interesting. Oaths are interesting. Oh yeah, what about this? Oh. Oh. Okay, so all we really do is just draw 3, discard 3. That's all it is. It's just like the goofiest Faithless Looting of all time. Tragic. Speaking of that, where is the other one? I must have slipped past it. This one. This is fine. You just draw 3 with it. I can imagine that is impactful here. It does. It's only impactful when my. I mean, is it even though? Like, I can't actually get rid of the first one. That is just a thing that will sit there. I don't care to copy it that much. If you draw 3 with it, all you did was a 6 mana draw 3. And again, the first one is still in play. That deals damage to you basically for the whole game because I can't actually blow it up. Ugh. Well, the top part's kind of impossible, but that doesn't matter. Whenever. Okay, what does that look like? So it doesn't do anything without a saga. It doesn't skip mana curve or anything. Actually, if I ran this, I'd probably take out this one. That way there's no bad hits. Yeah. I don't think I have enough sagas, though. I don't think I have nearly enough sagas for this card. It could just be a tutor. I could just cast Grim Tutor. And then just get what I want. Yeah, just not enough sagas. Speaking of not enough sagas, I think I'm taking out Restoration. It's been kind of not great. This would be good if we were against not, like, the best decks in the game. But we don't have time for stuff like this. And as far as I'm going to understand, there's not much I can do to stop that from being a thing. Yeah, I don't have enough sagas for this. And again, I think I'm better off just playing a tutor. That way it can't die. I actually get something out of it. Just tutor up the saga I want. And I could tutor for any other card as well. Yeah, no, not enough Sigmas. Dragonback Assault. Kind of weird to make a second one of these, but I suppose it's okay. I don't even really like the first one. See, this is the downside now that, like, we know we're stuck where we're stuck. Some of these cards, they just start to look ridiculous. Like, this doesn't really do anything against the best decks in the game. Honestly, even against Clive, which I wouldn't consider, like, hell Q per se, but well, yeah, it actually does do stuff against it. Well, at least the way I was playing it, which seemed oddly successful. The Mana Rock version of Clive has struggled to do much against me every time I see it. But I have never seen anyone play Clive with, like, 1, 2, 3 drops. It's interesting. Everyone's doing the mana ramp thing. I wonder if we had the secret sauce there that made it work. Because it was actually pretty good. So just no one's trying that version of it, I guess. Like, oh, it's a 6-drop. I have to play all the Mana Rocks. Yeah, Dragonback Assault's just not... It's not great here. I don't know. A second deal 3 is okay. I like the landfall thing it's doing. I wouldn't say it's winning the game, and your 6-minute card should really be trying to just straight up win the game. If it sits around and play, that is. Do I have swords? I do have swords, yeah. Spot removal is okay. Gets a little bit better in the higher you go, instead of sweepers. Yeah, as long as we're doing what we're doing, we're not gonna dodge the issues we've been having. They're just going to be a thing the entire time. I will say maybe whatchamacallit is back on the menu. Kira Best the Sea Gods. Where is it? Yeah, this thing. This is probably okay. I mean, it was in here for a second, then I'm like, it costs 7. But if we're all in, I suppose it's worth trying. Can't actually copy this, right? I mean, you can, but it doesn't do anything, right? Yeah, it doesn't actually do anything. It's funny to think that this can play against, like, Sithis, but Sithis is doing what you're doing, which is way better. It's kind of funny. This is odd. Nah, it doesn't really do much. You can steal something for a second, right? And then it goes back to your opponent. Yeah, that's not... that's a little deep. The Overlords do something that could be interesting. I'm just looking for anything to do with my commander that I'm not already doing, I guess. Ah, man. It's really just kind of this one. I don't care about the red one that much. The white one's just kind of out there for me. I think this might matter. Hold on. Creature haste. Yeah. This actually could matter. And if you do copy this, it enters with 4 and it swings and deals another 4. So this is actually okay. I'm sure it's more interesting than a card I'm running, but I wouldn't say it's better than a card I'm running. Because we mill, Reanimate is better now, especially with Overlords in the deck. Because of Overlords in the Reanimate, I could just run this. Okay, like that. We have more things to mill into now. I could go heavier into creatures just for that reanimate outcome. I don't really want to do that. And again, I'm still not going to run Mana Drain. Okay, yeah, Treacherous Blessing, it's not working out here. Uh, 27. Yeah. I still think Summon Knights of the Round is just not right, but I don't know, I haven't played with it before. We have not Spark Doubled our commander. I think just for the sake of giving myself more of that opportunity, I should run Gamble and Grim Tutor. Ooh, is it hard to cast Overlord? I didn't think of that. I think it actually kind of is hard to cast Overlord. It is the only double red card in the deck. There's only one mountain. Might not be able to get away with that one, honestly. Kind of... Okay, let's change that to the Grixis Triome, if I haven't already done that. I have not. Okay, that's fine. That helps a ton. It's like kind of my off-color Triome there. Sandworm Convergence is cool. You can't copy it, though, right? Like, why do we care that... Like, the fact that it's an enchantment, I don't think matters. Do I own Sandworm? I love that card. I do, yeah. This card. Oh, not this one. Yeah, this is great. This card makes me happy. I've hid behind this card on paper before, and it's great. But I've also hid behind Sphere of Safety more efficiently. 5/5 is not the most exciting thing in the world. Not many commanders can get away with just randomly milling. Like, even Slimefoot and Squee. Like, oh, randomly milling cards. That's not a consistent way to target anything to reanimate. So I've never been a fan of that. The draw discard, however, like Faithless Looting, now I like it. Because you can sort of decide what's happening in your graveyard. But I don't really like self-mill. At that point, I could just play Mesmericorp. We're not even really a devotion. Well, you can't really be a devotion deck. Oops. It itself is an enchantment. I guess there's something there. I can find it with... Oh, God. This deck is ridiculous. Now I need more mana. We're not getting to these. We're not getting to these playing against Keenan. Oh, jeez. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. have returned. Okay. Well, it's weird to suggest 5 drops and at the same time remove my explosive vegetations to get to the 5 drops. Took out. Are there better? What are the 3-mana ones? What are the 3-mana ramp spells? What am I not thinking of? Like I have to. Glimpse the Core is feels little restrictive. Probably fine. One could argue it is just better than one of these 4-mana ones because you can cast it for 2 mana. I actually kind of liked Heat Harvest. Harmonize is kind of almost free. Honestly, just for the sake of them being cheaper, this could be fine. Haro is a little weird. You could say Haro fixes my colors somewhat if I did that. Well, it's an enchantment. Oh boy. I guess it's an enchantment. It costs 1 less. Casting it on turn 2 is kind of the big thing there. What if I rename the deck so... Maybe that'll help. Yeah, it's kind of 5-color enchantment commander, sort of. Because closer to sagas, which I guess are enchantments. Look at this perfectly... Look at this perfect curve. Isn't that great? Never seen a more beautiful thing. Oh, wait a minute. It stacks all the 6s and ups in their separate pile. Can you make a new pile? Oh, you can. I've never done this before. And then summon Bahamut's on its own thing right there. Alright, there we go. Okay, in all fairness, this is like kind of 4 mana. Kind of 4, kind of 3. Okay. This is just not good. Like, this card is just not good. And I'm struggling to find room, so I'm just taking it out. Not all mythics are playable, I guess. But, yeah, that one's just... It struggles so hard to matter. So hard to matter. It's not a curve, it's a flat line. Yeah. Well, we've been flatlining. We've been 5-color flatlining. I need 3 cards to leave. So, okay, no, those can stay. The enchantment-based removal, any enchantment just has a chance of being hit from the commander, so I'm okay with those. One could say Virtue of Persistence is sort of in that department, but it's not in here, and that makes me have to take out another card. Oddly enough, Sterling Grove hasn't been very impactful, but I don't think that's Sterling Grove's fault. Oh right, this one's also 3. Boop. No, see, there's a curve now. Look at that. Look at that. There's a curve here. Currently, we have not ran Scythus effects, no. If we do, we have to shave like half of these for them, because I probably have to make room for them without, like, ugh. If I remove the ramp spells for them, then I probably have to remove some of these expensive cards so I can actually cast what I draw with, like, Citizen Champion and Scythus and all that jazz. I think pound for pound, each card is pretty scary, and this actually finds cards itself, as opposed to, like, Sithis requiring other cards to do it. Oh, wait. Scythus. I have to make sure I keep alternating between Sithis and Scythus. Still need 3 cards to remove. Alright, Planar Genesis can come out. If ever it doesn't hit a land, we feel really bad about playing it. And I guess I don't really need it. I still like the Frogifies. The Sweepers could just be spot removal. Maybe that is right. Yeah, now that we have more other things that care about being in play, I think I'll turn the Sweepers into spot removal. It's also, spot removal is just slightly more efficient against the sweatiest decks as opposed to Sweepers. Sweepers are not as good against them. Fatal Push is pretty easy. We could probably get away with Cut Down. Maybe for now we just stick with this one. Fatal Push kills most of the cards you expect to play against in the format, so. Heaped Harvest too slow? I don't know. The fact that I cast it on turn 2 with a Mana Dork is kind of why I like it. It's the same as Entish Rejuvenation on turn 2. You just get an extra land drop. However, this one can do it again later. I actually really do like this one. I do like it. I don't know if it's better than Haro, but I like this. I really do. And the 4 mana ones are kind of awkward with 1 mana, you know, Mana Dorks and stuff. 1 into 3 is more ideal. As opposed to, say, 2 into 4. I even like this in Pauper. This card has been rather interesting. Alright, we're at 100 cards, and I refuse to think further, so let's move on. Spelunking? Spelunking has to draw, though. We do have a ton of tap lands. We do. It's also an enchantment. That's worth something. It's worth thinking about. I'm normally not a big fan of Spelunking, but with 5 colors and, again, a ton of tapped lands in the deck, there could be something there. Put it in. What does the game give me? Well, I can't really keep that, though. This is keepable. There's some really... Huh? Did not expect that to resolve. Okay, that was huge. I can name white. Monument, okay. Blue, red. No, blue, green. Let's turn these into lands. This into lands. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, some good scenarios here. Another Grixis opponent that could severely struggle against my stuff. Or they have Mana Drain and nothing I do matters. One of the two. Okay. Cyclonic Rift and River's Rebuke. We haven't actually seen either of those yet. We have seen a Feed the Swarm. Alright. Look at that. Look at that. Be right back. Alright, I'm back. I'm back once more. Oh, right, Spelunking. Oh, but I have to take a card out. Okay, well, I have to actually read Spelunking. It is like Explore, right? Or is it like Growth Spiral? It's Explore, right? Spelunking. Okay. I don't like Grow from the Ashes. I do if I'm playing Zakama. So you can copy your commander. But you can only do it once. The second time, it like has to be an overlord or something. It's also blue and red. So you copy your commander once, and then you must do something else. Most of the time it's like a mana dork. Could be an overlord, but I don't know. This is kind of... it's a bit slow. What does it look like? What does it look like? It's another infinite. Well, no, right, you can only target it once. You'd have a token of Esper Terra, and then you can't target Esper Terra again. You'd get the front side, actually, so that doesn't work anyways. You would just get the front side of this card with this. The token wouldn't enter as the back side of the card. So I think there's actually two things that don't work with that. You get the front side, and you can't target it more than once. Whereas with these, that's not the case. Wait a minute. This should be the... does this enter with the back or front side? Do we make a mistake here? The fact that someone said this works probably means they've seen it work. But I have never seen it, so I don't know. But doesn't this create a token of a creature, but it would just be the front side of the creature? Rotterbrick was bringing back the back sides? So this would copy the back side? You only cast it once, and then it just chains from there. So it's just the first cast, as there's only one cast to have. Alright, well, yeah, okay. That just seems convoluted to me. Tokens don't have a backside, but I guess it... yeah, I guess Folly does work. Interesting. Well, it still doesn't, but that one thing is not relevant. How do I make room for Spelunky? We've been here too long. I gotta play more games. I've been staring at my deck too long. I've yet to cast Sanctum Weaver. I mean, I've yet to cast quite a few cards in here, honestly. Tokens have backsides after the incubate thing. Incubate doesn't flip, right? Incubates are always face up. Unless it was like an update during that like patch you're talking about or something. I don't think I'm shaving a land. I really don't think I'm shaving a land here. Could get rid of ossification. It is something this can find, but you can't really double it. Can't really double it. Nah, it's all just really good interaction, honestly. For the sake of the kind of deck we are, maybe we can drop Tail's End, and at some point maybe even Memory Lapse, and just not go down that route. Because that does make me leave up mana, which, you know, sometimes I'm not really looking to do that. We are kind of trying to do other things. But if we're stuck in Hell Queue, then I guess we have to play cards like that anyways. We haven't the choice. We haven't the choice. My phone. What are you doing? What are you doing, phone? Amalia. Wow, interesting. It's ward pay 3, right? Yep. Okay. I can wash away Amalia. Not really the most efficient or effective, but I suppose I'll try. It's a pretty good chance they always go for it. Getting a basic island is admittedly rather ugly. That's okay. This also doesn't, fortunately, disrupt our line or anything. And I can get rid of the island later, yay! Isn't that great? Alright, so they got stuff in play. Of course, right when I take out my board wipes, we were pitted against something like this. So if I cast this, I have really nothing else to do. Which is kind of sad, but oh well. Let's get a... ideally a red gives me the option to cast my commander. I have black, white. I don't need blue. Oh, I couldn't get blue anyways, excuse me. Yeah, we'll get black. I thought they had the animate version. I don't think incubate tokens transform into anything. Well, we have that card. Not the greatest here. It's just right. The first game I take out my sweepers. Of course. I think we're just dead. I don't know what I'm supposed to do here. This doesn't even help me, but whatever. It seems like the best play. Doesn't feel the most efficient or effective. Just not fixing the issue. Could have tutored for... Nah, that doesn't do anything either. Yeah, there's nothing here. Tutored for Sphere of Safety, but I need more enchantments in play. Ugh. It's a nightmare. Okay. I have to blow up the black market? I mean, we're just not... We're not winning this. The stars have to align for us to win this game. Alright, they cracked the land, so maybe sphere of safety matters more than it did a second ago. Do I have an enchant? Nope. Playing my commander feels completely useless. Okay, it's slightly less useless. As I've drawn a land. Oh, I milled the... I milled the stupid board wipe. I think that's the only one in the deck, too. Well, to the surprise of no one, opponent has removal. This is really not a good thing to... Well, I can still just cast it. Sphere of Safety is only one, and it's the only thing I can cast. I mean, there's no other line. I think I would prefer Ghostly Prison in this spot. Well, I would most assuredly prefer Ghostly Prison. I could play Overlord and just make some 2/1s. That feels better. Yeah, I think that feels better. Especially if it, like, dies and I can do it again. If I draw a land, it potentially becomes a really good play. Still debatable, though. I don't know, we're putting in the effort. Enchanted Plature, whatever enchanted... Okay, yep. Yep. I get a creature to defend myself. My opponent's like, oh, you want to play creatures? Like, okay. It's just a clown show. I don't think reanimating Overlord is any different. So, there you go. We go to 3. Or 4, I guess. Wait, what? Oh, I was about to say, why did I not lose life? I did. Never mind. I can't even swing with Overlord, and I also can't play more creatures. Not that I have any. And Overwhelming Splendor doesn't actually save me. You also have another removal spell? I don't know what else this could be. I don't know why we're having to think about it. Okay, apparently that was rocket science. Cool. Opponent found the obvious lethal. Lucky us. We can move on. They could name token or non-token. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. If it was Grim Tutor, we would have just died faster, yeah. Well, I cast my commander. I did cast it. You can't say I didn't do that. It was cast. Okay, I've played against Mockingbird quite a few times. Familiar name. Unfamiliar strategy, though. On the draw with Rampant Growth is kind of slow. It's as slow as we could probably get away with. Honestly. Okay, that speeds things up. It does, yeah. I'm not punished by playing it turn 1. And they appear to have some kind of mocks. Okay, they have the best card in their deck. Not very appealing for us. Let's play you. Yep. Although black is ideal. Yeah, we want this actually. And I think I'll just mill. There's not many reasons not to. Okay, we technically milled something we don't want to play. Or draw. I'm gonna have to deal with this card, or I will lose the game. Maybe if it's on its own, we're kind of okay. Does that help? It sort of helps. It sort of helps. I can't really afford to play around anything. So we're going to get rid of that Soul Herder. Because, again, it's kind of the best card in my opponent's deck, so let's not lose to it, I guess. It is a really, really good card. This is not a permanent answer, though. They can flicker their Chromox over and over. Wouldn't that be fun? Okay. And when I said it wasn't a permanent answer, it's not even the first answer. Alright. Excellent. Ah, good old Soul Herder. Completely and utterly soloing me. Love to see it. This costs 3, so if they play a land, I just literally lose the game. I mean, there's nothing else to do. There's just nothing else to do. Alright, whatever. You got it. I have to deal with Soul Herder. There's nothing else to... Can't even deal with Soul Herder. I could have targeted this, but again, the Soul Herder is the thing that's going to endlessly do stuff like this and the game's just over. But I guess the game is over anyways. Oh, does that help? Chat, did we get out of this? No way. Can I play the game? Maybe? Sort of? Let's get rid of Forest. Get blue and black? Yeah, that looks ideal. I don't need more green. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, we dealt with the Soul Herder, but now we can't play really any permanents because they just endlessly bounce them. I don't have any recourse to that. I can just also... Ugh. 6 mana, though. Okay, they're doing this in the wrong order, I guess? What does that do? When it enters, the next non-creature spell costs more mana. Alright, they get shuffled away, though, doesn't it? It does. Interesting. So, tutor for what? Is there anything to read? No, again, I can't do anything because they'll just bounce it and nothing matters. So, I think the game is on pause until I stop losing all my permanents. I'd actually be happy if I found a way to discard cards right now. That would be something I would like to do. Okay, now they're drawing 3 cards a turn. This is a game where Faithless Looting would be amazing. They could probably put us back in the game. Actually, I don't even know if that's true. I don't know if that's even true. This is so bad. Alright. I'm going to start on the first chapter. We're going to just take that risk here. Okay, we hit Urion. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I see no further damage. Okay. This is just artifacts? Yeah, you can copy artifacts. You return them on your end step, right? Yeah, you can't just keep doing it or whatever. This is a quite the powerhouse when left alone, I will say that. When you're not really interacting with it and it's playing solitaire, you just... like, the bounce flicker stuff is just gonna get you. The game continues if I find a sweeper, or excuse me, if they don't have a counter. Oh no, we have Supreme. Oh no, we don't. We do not. I don't have a second white source. Tragic. So I don't think there's any outs now. This doesn't help me, right? Nope. That also doesn't help me. Overwhelming Splendor, well, that's not castable. I can get Sphere of Safety, make them have to pay 3 per creature. Not gonna lie to you, that's probably my best bet, which is pretty sad, but I don't really have options or choices. And there's, again, no other thing I can do. The fact that we've missed land drops is just so backbreaking at this point. It's probably just too much. It's too backbreaking. There's 43 lands in here. I would prefer Spelunking be like the other rapid growth thing. Oh, we're just dead. They could just pay... Yeah, what am I talking about? I'm already dead. Never mind. There's no answer. Yeah, that game just didn't exist. I needed a better hand or something. The infinite bouncing early was just completely lights out. And they had a way to protect the best card in their deck 3 times. In the Soul Herder. This is interesting. Well, I'm playing ramp spells, so I can cast things that cost more than 5. Or actually even just 5 drops in general. It's not like any of that helped me that game, that's for sure. Okay. No, we don't have Farewell. Farewell is kind of awkward. It's a little awkward here. I'm going to say it's completely wrong, but it's definitely very strange here. Or it would feel very awkward, I should say. Oh, I forgot about that card. We can run that. Oh, it's forest only. Right. Never mind. Never mind. Forest only. Okay. A little annoying, not the end of the world. I think I'll take this opportunity to not care about this and play my commander. Let's take you. Yeah, I don't care about that. Yeah, no, I don't care. Oh, the first whiff. Look at that. The first whiff. Tragic. We added more enchantments, too. We added like 12 more enchantments. That sucks. finally whiffed with it. I flipped it a couple times. Most of the times it doesn't, you never get to flip it. Here it is again, not mattering. Although I don't think I was going to be able to flip this situation. So, Shroud is nice, but it's not winning the game. Shroud is nice, though. It also gives me an enchantment I can look for that could matter. Suppose it completely depends on what my opponent hits with their commander. I don't know why they're taking so long to cast it here. You put it on top to recast it, I imagine. You can't respect a counterspell. Okay, they did... Okay. Interesting. That is not my opponent's commander. Very interesting. There's not really any enchantment I'm looking to just peel off the top. In fact, I kind of want to land. This is somewhat scary here. So, I'm going to put this in play. They can't interact with it, so... Maybe it kills them? Well, no, not really. I can make a copy of it. What is that even doing, though? What is that even doing? Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. One away from Splendor. Leyline Binding, that dragon, swing. Mirari's Wake gives me a ton of mana, but I'm kind of just dead on board if I go that route. Let's just take this. Let's take that. I can kill that. I can swing and trade. So, this feels pretty nice. If they play a land we kind of just lose, okay, they have other interests in mind. Okay, well, there goes that. I needed that to live to win the game. My out was I was trying to swing, hit them, and then copy it, but they killed it, so my opportunity, or my line is not going to work now. That was my line, though. Okay, I found a card that keeps me in it. These lock in. Well, don't have a choice. Found a card that sort of keeps me in the game. No, it doesn't. Their commander has trample. Okay, it doesn't keep me in the game. Right? Yeah, alright, we just did. Yeah, I tried to go for that, just to copy it and kill them with the double 4, but they just dealt with it. They just dealt with it. I don't think... Yeah, the Sphere of Safety wasn't going to save us. Seer Safety wasn't going to save us. I added more enchantments to this deck. I promise you I did. This would have been huge. This would have probably just won the game. Maybe that would have been the line. But still, we're losing to the other card, and they can just block, so that actually wouldn't do it. No. That wouldn't do it. Ugh. Yeah, I just didn't have any really solid answers. I needed like 2 answers, and I could only get 1. If I had another land, we had Splendor. So, it was kind of close. It was kind of close. Not close enough, though. Do I have black-green? I do. Ooh, lucky me. Lucky me. Yeah, we're never getting to the combo, that's true. It's just never happening. Like, all the fancy enchantment saga stuff is fun, but no one's letting me flip this, right? Even with it on turn 2. Well, that doesn't help me flip it, obviously. It costs 6. But no one's letting me have the time to do that. So I can tap that. No, I have to do it like this. Green. Do this on white. Do that. Do this. Get the mountain. Boop. Yeah, Folly doesn't work. We had talked about that earlier. Doesn't work. A second commander trigger is kind of interesting, but not... It's not shoring up the issues we've been having. Like, oh yeah, when we have this in play and it's flipped and things are happening, it's great. But we're obviously not. We're obviously just not getting there. Everyone is just killing it. Wait. Oh no, they did not do that backwards. That was the only way they could do it. Well, I would argue it makes a ton of sense to kill that, so I should do that. Name human. On the bright side, it's almost like never countered, but I think I should actually just cast Omen Path Journey, actually. I think I should cast that, actually, yeah. We have enchantments and stuff, and it would be nice to have Terra be able to... well, it can. Fine. Okay, we got Splendor. I don't think I want Overlord right now. Or, like, I don't know. Planes. I mean, technically I had Starfield, so... could have just grabbed the Overlord. Could have grabbed the Overlord. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I can top deck a win. We did top deck a win. Most likely. It's a mono green deck. It could just kind of laugh at my stuff. But we'll see. It is up to my opponent to do it. Okay, yeah, they didn't do anything there. I didn't do it. Opponent didn't get there. Ugh. Well, okay. Can't always have it. Do I get another forest? Is it... I thought the copy was a legendary. We've been all over the place with this card today. I don't know what's going on with it. Boop. It's like a reflection in addition to its other tomato soup. Well, if that's the case, it works. I think we play this. It is a must-answer threat. Maybe I... No, we can play two things, so we should probably do that. Let's get Breeding Pool. Actually, you should get the Overthrow. Yeah. Kind of similar. We've been so back and forth with it. If it works, it works. I don't know if we need the third one, but it could probably replace one of the two we have. Yeah, it could probably pretty easily replace one of the two we have. Okay, this is my only card here. And it's not looking great. Oh, we whiffed again? Bruh. That's... I was having better luck with it when I had less enchantments in my deck. And there it goes, dying before I get to flip it. Alright. Can't stay in the graveyard. Cannot stay in the graveyard. Oh. God. Now I have to respect wash away ideas. Yep. Yeah, we could replace it with duplication. Okay, Starfield, you're up, buddy. Well, I expect my deck to work. I expect the outcome I expect. I've been over this 12 times. You should hit more than one out per average. And again, it's actually more dense than it was, so it's actually better than that now. But sometimes you still whiff. Not that it would matter, because my opponent keeps killing it. So I suppose it doesn't matter anyways. So they haven't played a counterspell yet, which means they probably have a counterspell. It's only getting worse. Okay, I'm not sure if that's a good or bad thing that just happened. Hard to tell. Okay. No counterspell. Okay. I can play my card. That's pretty cool. We like playing cards here. Let's get a forest. Wait, how did the... What happened to the Overlord? I don't remember. Oh. Couldn't remember. Okay. Maybe it sits around forever? Let's get rid of Sphere. Doesn't seem super efficient. Let's get Overlord. And try to kill my opponent's commander, shall we? Alright, do they leave it under there? Okay, I didn't think so. No reason to cast my commander. I think leaving up Get Lost is just better. Yeah. What is this card? Memory Deluge. Okay. Yeah, it is better because of that. That's true. But, I mean, again, it's not like we're flipping our commander, you know? We're talking about a scenario that doesn't exist. We're talking about, like, we're hung up on a combo that we're not getting to. And I'm not about to play 55 protection spells. That doesn't seem like the right avenue to success. I'm gonna let this... Okay, I was about to say, unless they deal with this card, it's probably gonna win the game, because they suffer dealing with enchantments, and they had already cast... This is actually nuts. I guess you play this if you're in Hell Q because of Sithis. Yeah, I can blow up my own Chain of the Rocks. That's true. Yeah, it's probably Hell Q decision. It's not common. Because it could just be a counterspell, right? So. Yeah, we're all on the same page. Don't get me wrong. But we are correct. That is the correct avenue. It is red, but might as well, right? Might as well. I don't think that really impacts the card. Wait, I had another orb? What? Oh, shoot. I didn't realize I was, that close to being done. What were we just talking about? Oh, right. So we can take one of these out. I could probably take out another one. Just do the old swap. What else? Well, the early interaction has been the reason games have continued at all, so I don't think I want to change that. And none of this is existing in games without playing 2 lands a turn. And no, everything's fine. Everything is okay here. It's as good as I can ask for. Oh, right. I already finished my quest, I forgot. I don't even know why I went to go look at it. This commander is okay if it wasn't where it was. If we had, like, slightly more reasonable matchups, I feel like this would be okay. I'd have to look at, like, the max sweat lists of this commander. I'd have to look at, like, the sweatiest of things. Because, unfortunately, I just envision it being, like, green-white, and you don't really play anything else. Just do the green-white Enchantress thing as, like, the sweatiest thing it's going to do. You're actually nerfing yourself, too, because you're playing, like, goofy sagas and stuff, as opposed to just playing Scythas. They mulliganed to 6 and didn't have a mana dork. That's rare. Very rare. Or just 5-color good stuff, yeah. And you don't really care about... You play, like, the bare minimum enchantments, which we started off as. Was, like, basically Golos At Home. Or the first sliver. Okay, they didn't have a 1-drop last turn. They don't have one now either. Really significant. We pull ahead pretty quickly here. Let's get black-green? No, blue-white. And then this gets swamp. And I suppose I could flare, but I also don't have to. It's mana neutral. They are a blue deck. Getting rid of this is not free. These are tapped, yep. Ah, the old blue-green ignores you strategy. Still the strongest thing to do in the game. Love to see it. I like their art, or choice of land. This is a really good draw right now. Especially if their entire turn is just Tatyova, this is excellent. That is really nice. Still no flare. Like, killing Tatyova, I could just do it on my turn all the same. Or for that, I guess. What are we looking for here? I'm not sure. Sure. That doesn't stop me from doing it again. Which I should most assuredly do again, so I start to pull ahead with Overlord swinging. There are counter spells. I really don't think I want to flare. I'm not even really looking for more mana anyways. There are some really good hits for my commander here. Oh, that is not a breeding pool. Okay. If I don't hit anything, I'm kind of screwed. But we'll see. Unbelievable. That's unbelievable. Well, apparently I had to ramp first to pull lands out of my deck. That is insane. One would think I have less lands than I did. Or less enchantments than I started. That is insane. Wow. That is nuts. Oh, that's so bad. Well, on the bright side, maybe they have to trade. I don't even know if that's true. Now I guess trading is just free and you don't care anyways. Yep. Put in all that effort, lose to a 5-minute 3-3. Oh yay, it's an enchantment, look at that. So flipping this doesn't do anything. At all. And we probably die next turn. That is unbelievable. Just not going to cast it. It is extremely likely this game is over. I guess I can flip. I mean, I gotta swing at my opponent though. I gotta kill my opponent. I don't know. I guess it's 3 more. It's 2 more damage in another land. Sure. Yeah. Okay. I missed 2 damage. Fine. I missed 2 damage. I was kind of hoping they would block so it would die. And I could get another trigger. Ah yes, the fabled time stop. Beautiful. We draw Stone Cold Nothing. I suppose now we'll do the thing. You don't know unless you try. Alpha Strike. Now I get to block differently. What? What? So, wait a minute. 2, 3 here. That there. You take 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 6. 4, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, yeah, wow. They did not expect, Yep. Oops. We take those. Oh, we take those. Oopsie doopsie. Also, there's 41 lands, not 43. There's 41 lands, not 43. And 1 and 3 cards in my deck are enchantments. I don't know why I'm struggling to convey that I've been getting unlucky with this card, but I'm sure you'll figure it out. I've not played against a Sururak in quite a while. Quite a while. No, you can Fatal Push it. You can, by all means. Oh. And Winter Moon. Excellent. Fortunately, I have basics. And I will cast those basics. Okay. Do I cast my commander? Probably. Wait, yeah. Get a forest. Bloop. Well, that helps a little, but I don't really need to blow this up. I suppose it might as well. And there's a 1-mana spell we know about. It's probably Fatal Push. It can't be cut down. Oh, it can be, but it won't work. Okay, it could also have been that the whole game. Okay. So... yeah, we'll blow up the Winter Moon. I think this unlocks more for me than it... than is, yeah, we just probably like to see that here. Hive of the Mind Tyrant is... or Eye Tyrant is nuts. What is that doing? Defiler. Okay, I will Swords that. That's a combo piece. Play this. Yup. Well, that's not great. I can get rid of you. Play you. Let's say this is pseudo must answer threat. So it's like Paradox Engine or bust, kinda. They chose to kill that instead of play a land. Oh, that makes sense, actually. Yeah, I think you have to do that, honestly. They did do it at an awkward time, though, because now I just have it again. They could have killed it on... Yeah, they could have killed it in response to the trigger there. They just chose not to. That is not a combo piece, it's just mana. Ophiamancer doesn't help out too much here. Can't say I'm terribly concerned with it existing. We don't need the mana dork? Actually, we don't need the sweeper. But if that's the logic, I'll just take care of a creature. Because you never know. That could matter. Not super likely, but it can matter. Let's just do that. Sure. Doesn't really get us anywhere. I can pay all the life I want. It doesn't matter. Yeah. Massacre Worm. Alright, excellent. Best to maybe not take all that damage. One would argue. And again, my commander died. Now, can you keep that? What are you reanimating? Just Massacre Worm? Yeah, alright. So be it. It doesn't kill this thing, right? Oh, yes it does. Oh, okay, never mind. Yeah, that's just fine. Both sides are just fine. Alright, I got the Hex, or the Shroud, so now it's no longer fine. Probably should have swung first. There's no enchantment I want to crack this for right now. Sanctum Weaver's not looking good in the face of Virtue. Spark Double as another Overlord is very scary. That's good. I no longer want that. This. Did I play land? I did. Okay. So they're not dead in the air, but they're dead over 2 turns, and the Virtue doesn't save them. And they kept them on top, so... Looking good. I can also tutor for Overwhelming Splendor now, and I think I can actually cast it in the same juncture. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I can. I could also crack this to find it and cast it that way, but there's no reason to remove Shroud. That's crazy. Oh no, it's a discounter. Never mind, it's got text on it. But with Overwhelming Splendor, I don't think they can do anything. I've never really seen a Surak do other stuff before. That's kind of funny looking. It's kind of funny. It's not lethal, but I can still just trade with one of them. No, we can just do the 2-turn clock. There's nothing my opponent can do to kill me here. It's just not on the table. One, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, there's nothing that kills me. Unless there is. I don't think so. Okay. They found a way to not die, but I'm still alive. Virtue is down to the making 1/1s department. Okay, I can just simply take it. I probably actually should do this. Yeah, I don't have time for this. There's no reason to make time for it either. I'll just cast this. And remove my opponent's ability to make 1/1. I could also take the Immortal Sun, but... eh. It's kind of the same, just finding blockers is about the same as... Oh, shoot. Whenever you cast a creature spell, I lose a life. Alright, that's another card that just wins the game. I'm actually dead. That's insane. Do you have it? You just need it. Alright. Well, that's nuts. Yeah, alright. There it is. I should have I should have stuck to my guns and not swung with both of the creatures. I didn't want to. Said, screw it, I'll go low. I really just shouldn't have. Yeah, that cost me the game. Alright, GG. It cost me the game. Shouldn't have swung with both. I'm not going to lie to you. It's kind of impossible to expect a Sururak to kill you from that point, but I am me, and they will just draw it. So, cool. There's not many cards that kill me there. Really, I don't even know if there's any beyond that one card. That might be the only card in their deck that kills me. I can't think of anything else. That's disgusting. Yeah, one of the dungeons has Drain, but they can't cast a Sururak. It has no text. You can't adventure the dungeon. So I think we get the Sultai one. Yeah. The Sururak's just a 2/2. Doesn't have text on it. Really, the only times we're getting close to having our commander matter is when we play mana to try to flip it really quick. Otherwise, it's just so not relevant to most opponents. Do I just cast that? Can I? It's double blue, right? Yeah, I might as well. I don't think I'm casting the other side of it, so... I probably wouldn't... Well, I mean, I wouldn't have it, but... They didn't counter Terra, so it's probably like a burn spell or something. Okay, or just that. Looks like my opponent's in the ignores you department. Doesn't care about anything I do. Get rid of the tapped land. Getting rid of the plains does give me better information, or my opponent less information, but I don't think it matters too much. Mirari's Wake. So 5. I'd have 4 mana left. Not quite getting there. Oh, and it died again. Look at that. And then we probably just lose the game next turn. And there's not really anything I do about it. Guess I'll cast this for no reason. I don't think casting Overlord's doing anything, so I won't do that. Yep, this is over. My opponent actually has more than one turn, because I'm not doing anything, so... Commander died, we died. Man, that Sururak game is sad. Opponent came prepared, played to their outs. Ah, I just shouldn't have swung. Oh, I shouldn't have swung. I knew not to swing. Oh, it's gonna sit with me forever now. I knew not to swing and I did it anyways. Wow, an Atali player. Wow. I haven't seen Atali in like over a month. I think longer than that. It's been a while since I've seen Atali. Interesting. I can't imagine anything's new, but it's just kind of funny. Someone out here still enjoying their Atali games. It is the most ignores you commander. It's like not even close. Oh, if I had black mana. Tragic. I probably would play this instead of this if I had black mana. Probably. Pretty close though, they're pretty close. I will blow that up. Correct. This is one of those Herp Derp 2 into 4 decks, so... You'd prefer to see Atali never? What do you mean? What do you mean? You don't like how they have Atali turn 4 every game? You don't enjoy that? I think it's great. This discounts the... I'm missing planes? Just thinking of how to discount this. Yeah, let's go planes here. I think I'm missing another one too, but I don't feel like thinking. Let's get rid of that so we don't lose the game. Okay, well, eventually we'll get to cast this. Without Atali just casting itself. Hey, look at that! See? You don't even get to play your own strategy. All you have to do is stop Atali from ramping and then you win. They even mulliganed accordingly. That is really funny. Atali has been a little bit less scary lately because of like kind of the new commanders and kind of just the new atmosphere of the layout of the format. This has, in my opinion, been a bit less scary. Which probably explains why I haven't seen it that much. You also steal weaker and weaker things. The power level goes up, but the cards you steal are random, and the power level of the hyper-efficient 1, 2, and 3 mana cards, you don't really capitalize on those cards when you just steal them, especially when your opponent has a ton of like mana drain. This doesn't do anything. Dark Ritual doesn't really do anything for Atali. Like all the really scary cards sort of struggle with Atali, and yeah, this is one of those commanders that doesn't necessarily get stronger from your opponent's because of your opponent's decks and whatnot. But I'm sure there'll be a day with like an Ancient Tomb is coming out, and this will probably be back on the menu, like Gemstone Caverns and Ancient Tomb, and who cares about anything when you cast your 7-drop turn 3 every game? But we'll see. You don't like games that revolve around killed, countered, ramp, and then they left? Well, I mean, that's the entirety of the format. The best thing to do is play more than one land a turn. So, it's the entirety of the format. At least there's cards that played back and forth, as opposed to, like, it just ended because they have Dark Ritual in turn 1. At least you get to interact with your opponent. You interact it with their game plan. Their game plan doesn't interact with you, but, you know. I think there's something there. I don't really hate playing against it. I think it gets old, you know, 4 or 5 turns, or 4 and 5 Atali games in a row. I'd say it does get old, but we haven't seen that in a while. Oh, I need water. Wasser. On the draw against a green deck with no 1 or 2 is basically a game not being played. Okay, this is functional. Timeless Brawl's not a joke anymore? Yeah. I think it wasn't a joke the moment you said it the first time. It's kind of like a reality spatula smacking you in the face. This is timeless. That's interesting on turn 2. I shall play this. We shall get the Grixis one to shore up our weaknesses. Far-seeking Xandra's Lounge feels illegal. I'm not even really interested in killing this, but my opponent apparently has nothing. That's unbelievable. If they're going to do nothing, I'm also going to do nothing. I don't really care about the Necro Bloom. If I do, or will care at some point, so be it. They didn't make a free 1/1 there. Bit of a misstep there. Oh, they're just not cracking it. Okay, so there's a different idea. It's a different idea. Tireless Provisioner? No, you would still crack it if it was Tireless Provisioner. Okay, Lotus Cobra. Kind of like the only card that would make you want to keep this, I feel. Because it costs 2. Provisioner, it doesn't matter, so yeah. But they did not miss sequence. Unless it didn't matter. Oh, okay. Silly me. Yeah. Why crack your fetch land when you can just play a 5-drop? Why crack your fetch land when you can play a 5-drop anyways? Okay, well I can loop the binding over and over. That is very slow. Oh, they got a tap land, so it's just Necrobloom. Okay. So they could have done this anyways, just the way they sequenced it lets them put Lotus Cover in play first. Because that is a good idea. Not the worst draw, but definitely not great. Let's see, what's in the graveyard? Nothing. This isn't doing anything. Do I have double blue? Currently do not. So, Commander Llanowar Elves? And then... Right? There's no leaving up my card, you know. Unfortunately, this is one of the better cards in my hand, but if I want to play my commander and have it matter, I suppose I should do something like this. This is upkeep, right? Yeah. Who knows? Maybe they don't just explode and win the game. It's only a measly little Lotus Cobra. Surely it doesn't just break the game in half. Oh. Okay, sure. They moused over my land as if they could blow it up. That's funny. No, you did not kick that. Oh look, our commander died. Wow. It has died every single game for the past at least 8 games. I don't know beyond that. I'm gonna put it to the command zone. Okay, well they're light on cards. They're light on cards here. I would really like to play Starfield, but this is very nice. What if I did both? Wait, can I? Technically I can, and I'm not dead on board. Technically I can. So I should. Strip Mine? Oh, we're getting Strip Mine too? Nice. I think Strip Mine kind of puts the green decks back into a little bit of reality check there. Who knows? I would be a bit blown away if my opponent had Graveyard Hate on top of everything here. But we've taken the line that we've taken, and I don't regret it. I'm gonna kill their commander because I'd like them to potentially recast it. That can stop Nissa, but I think I'm probably better off trying to stop something scarier. Do I have 3 blue? I do. Okay. They can't kill this without me getting it back. I can get rid of Apprentice Volley. Okay, I get this back with the next Starfields, and I am not dead on board, so... However, I might be interested in... Oh, wow, reanimate? No, we can't reanimate. We'll just die. It's not on the table. So cast this, just to stem some of the damage, and then pass. This also stops the Lotus Cover from attacking, so... This could be important. Azusa Strip Mine, yep. And then one of the reanimate things. There's also Lair of the Hydra. It's at its best right now. Doesn't have trample, though. Unless it does it? No, it doesn't. Do I have to block it? Looks like I do. If I block that, I take 9. No, I must... I must block this. Probably no fetch land. Actually, this is less life. This is 1 life. Okay. I can get Overwhelming Splendor, but I can't cast it, right? I have 7 mana. I'm 1 off again from casting it. But I can get... We can get the spice. We can get the sauce here. We can get... Sphere of Safety. We actually have enchantments for the first time in 3 hours. Oh my goodness. We did it. We actually have enchantment. Now, I would much prefer this to not be a creature, but we can't get what we want all the time. I would much prefer this to not be a creature. This is not worth reacting to, because the zombies struggle with Sphere of Safety. It's not worth it. Protecting my Sphere of Safety is what's important. And I'm not stopping this permanently anyways. But yeah, the zombies struggle to swing with so many enchantments. No cards in hand. I don't have to react to that. I could put it on top, and it would be their draw for the turn. But I can probably do better. I don't know if cracking this is right. Knowing me, it would probably kill me, so I'm not going to. Take action. Let's kill... Provisioner gains life, so I guess I'll kill that. It gains life and can generate mana that they can bring into combat, because the lowest cover doesn't let them do that. We also just drew Overwhelming Splendor, which doesn't actually change that much, funny enough, but I guess I'll cast it. And we're gonna hide like cowards. I'm not gonna swing. I don't think I have to swing. I think I'm just winning. Creature enters mill 3, put a land short. Doesn't have any text on it. Yeah, alright. So I think the only thing that could happen is some magical, out of nowhere lethal, so it would be probably a good idea to not swing. And it's actually not even that magical. If they had Beseiju and they blew up... Okay, they have to blow this up if they want to swing. So we keep Splendor, but they have an Alpha Strike after they blow this up with Beseiju. Am I dead? Hold on. 1, 2, 3. Am I dead to Beseiju here? Are you serious? 1, 2, 3. Block, block, block. This is dead. Swing with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, wow. I'm 1 off from being dead if my opponent top-decked Beseiju. If I swung there, I was dead to Beseiju. Okay. We found an out for the opponent, but they didn't draw it. And we played around the out, I guess. And we had most other things shored up with the memory lapse. There's basically nothing that would matter from here. I just got a browser notice. That was weird. Interesting game. I like the Necrobloom. One of my favorite commanders. I didn't, like, register that we were playing against it till, like, 5 turns in. I love that card. One of my favorite commanders. It's one of my favorite cards, which is Field of the Dead. It's just on a creature. But, probably the most balanced it's gonna be. That card. Oh, is Field of the Dead? Is that one of the cards they're getting? Is that one of the lands? I know it's already in the game, but still. Mana Drain is banned. Yay! Mana Drain, yay! But you're not allowed to have your Field of the Dead because for some reason. Well, a hand like this is pretty good. This might be a turn 2 Dark Ritual as well. We'll see. Oh, no, it can't be. It can't be. Not with playing this turn 1. Alright, a little clunky. We'll make it work. Oh, wait, what is this? Whenever you cast the modal spell, do stuff. Alright, we're in the realm of interesting and cool commanders. I don't know what happened or what changed. But we certainly take those. Yeah, I don't have a play this turn because of the awkwardness. Alright. This is the first time Molt Tender couldn't do anything on turn 2. We found a strike against it. Look at that. Alright, cast this. They can't besiege you? Are you sure? Oh, so I played around and made up out. Unfortunate. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna go here. Sure, can I cast that? It'd be great if I could cast it. Okay, I can. Almost have the banana sandwich out here with the combo. We haven't actually done that yet. What's going on? Oh, the exile from the Molt Tender. Got confused. I wonder if we should play Uro. Do you think we should play Uro? We should play Uro. We do mill ourselves. Though, to be fair, there's a lot of scenarios. I don't think Uro is changing anything fundamentally. Is this the game? Do we untap with our commander? Is this it? Is it gonna happen? Oh, nope. Silly me. At least there was no wash away. Sterling Grove is nice, one would argue. And that person arguing is me, so I'm gonna cast it. That is pretty nice. It lets me do whatever I want. I can go get Overwhelming Splendor. It stops Riku, but I don't know what else is going on. And I'm not gonna lie to you, I'm not really scared of any of this. Okay. What happens when I cast this? There's a pause. Okay. You target... Yep. That's the only valid target because everything else has Shroud. I cast this and... Now what? Oh, it's got Shroud, chat. We ruined everything. It's got Shroud. Oh, I couldn't have. I didn't have the mana. I could not have done that. Alright. I didn't have the mana. Didn't have the mana. Tragic. Didn't have the mana, chat. Oh well. Who knows? I mean, maybe they don't do anything. Maybe they don't do anything. We're not out of it. It was... Calm down, chat. Everything's fine. I'm freaking out here. Just breathe. Opponent has to do stuff here. But yeah, I didn't have the mana to get rid of the Sterling Grove. Decisive Denial. Target creature fights... Okay. We gotta make sure we sack this now. It's funny putting something on top that doesn't actually matter. Because I'm just gonna shuffle it away. Oh no! Target creature you control fights target creature you don't control. So they can respect it. There's nothing I can do. They can just kill it when I go to target it. Okay, I can't do anything. So we'll just cast this. Ugh. Oh no. Ah, well they still had something. I don't know. Oh, we could have went for it. Oh, we could have went for it. Okay, well, I mean, again, I guess we're not out of this. We're not out of it. Let's just go for anything. Overwhelming Splendor is, I guess, the next giant stupid thing. Starfield. We should probably... Okay, we're going to put Overwhelming Splendor on top, and I can shuffle it away if it doesn't end up making sense to keep it in place. So let's name human. I can just crack that. But yeah, we technically could have went for it. There's no guarantee it works. Honestly, probably likely it doesn't. How long are these exiled? Just forever? The end of your next turn. Okay. So they're just getting rid of them now. Overwhelming Splendor, not at its best right now, but it certainly stonewalls a fair amount of potential that my opponent could have. Okay. Take however much that is. They're out of cards. They're out of cards. Block there. I cannot swing? No, I can't swing. This is good. So is Sphere of Safety. Sphere of Safety is pretty good here. Trade, take... We're dead. We died. That's lethal in play. Yep, that's lethal in play. That sucks. Just didn't get there. I could have went for it, though. I could have went for it. But, I mean, I don't know what the hand is. I don't know what the hand is. Or was. I don't know what the hand was. Okay, well, I'm gonna assume they don't see it, but they're gonna probably Alpha Strike anyways. Okay. Okay, looks like they were gonna Alpha Strike regardless, but... Yeah, I'm just dead. There's no out. Dang it! That's so ridiculous. That is so ridiculous. Yeah, we had a line that could have gone for it. But again, I don't know what the hand was. Well, now that I do. Create a token of that card, which... Wait, not that thing. Okay, now seeing the cards my opponent had, it would have worked if I went for it. I just didn't go for it. Probably should have. I don't know. I don't know. The Shroud got me. The Shroud got me regardless. If I got that and put it in play, it would be 1, 2... It still doesn't save me. So that doesn't save me. Yeah, okay. There was one window, and we just didn't make it. Dark Ritual Omen Commander. Okay, Dark Ritual Flare. No, I can't do that. It has to be Omen. Whoop. Get a white here. Sure. Okay, that is not a mana rock. I don't know if my opponent's aware of that. Let's do this. Opponent, please. Oh my god. Don't play cards like this if you're not going to just tap it. What are you... You could have tapped it 20 minutes ago. Like, what are you even doing? This is the weirdest card ever, too. It's so weird. I don't know the last time I've even seen someone play it. Let's get the Grixis one. Again, shore up our potential gaps. Oh, look, they tapped it anyways. Wow. Could have saved yourself 20 minutes. Fascinating. That's... I think I have to deal with that. I think I have to deal with that. I most assuredly have to deal with that card, actually, yeah. That's one of the better 3-drops in their deck, I think. Kills tokens. Each non-land permanent value... Yeah, okay, I guess. Sure. I'm not saying it's useless here, it just wasn't a mana rock. It would be better if it was Mind Stone. My opponent has only one thing they do, which is play Ujin next turn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... Oh, maybe not. Maybe there is no Ujin next turn. Look at that. Oh, I guess I had the tax anyways. Suppose I had the tax anyways. So they can blow up 3s next turn? Okay. I'm not going to cast Limps the Core first, as much as maybe I would like to take a land out of my deck, who knows. Okay. Cannot cast that. So we just cast this. How does Overwhelming Splendor read? Okay, that doesn't stop. Doesn't stop. Wait, what can I reanimate? I did mill. Birds of Paradise. That doesn't change anything. There's no reason to reanimate that. Yeah, doesn't change anything. I'm gonna grab it with Elspeth Conquers Death anyways. So you can blow up 3s. I will just reanimate it with Elspeth Conquers Death, so it's not the best idea. But the bottom part's irrelevant, so this is probably the best it's gonna be. And I'm not sure why you would sit on it here. Is it a sorcery? No? Wow, they did nothing. My opponent didn't even play a land. Okay. That is crazy. So they can go to 4, their turn 5. We can just... No, I think I should still tutor. I mean, Ujin is a problem. Yeah, the top one's irrelevant, I feel. Top one's irrelevant. I can't get to... whatchamacallit? Whom's the what's-its? Shroud enablers. So, I don't know how useful the first one is. Gain control of target permanent. Untap it. This can threaten my opponent quite significantly. We haven't actually got that card yet. I feel like that's pretty good here. The Ujin opponent is LARPing so hard as if they have other choices to make. It's like, you're a colorless ramp deck, what are you doing? It's funny. Alright, they top deck the land. I think they have to exile my Saga thingy. They do. Oh, well, there's no responding to it. Oh, there's just more, because of course there is. Why not? Totally needed more. Okay, well, I'm not convinced I have an out, unless I get this out of the way. Which is not looking likely. Yep, I think this is one of those my opponent could do nothing for 10 years and it doesn't matter because they're Ujin. I can force the issue. It's not a great thing to do, but I guess I can force it. It's awfully slow. Yep. I think I swing at it first, because the mana investment's irrelevant. Okay. Where do they move it? They didn't even hesitate. My opponent didn't even hesitate. Could have just blown that up with their Stylex. Okay, this is an outcome I didn't expect. That is what that is. Okay. Still, I didn't mill an enchantment, and I didn't mill a creature. Even twice as unlucky. It's at 5. Okay. Overwhelming Splendor doesn't really have any text on it. Arboreal Grazer. Come on, there's got to be something in my deck that can get milled here. We're a third of the way through our deck. Come on. Hey, just give me anything, please. I don't think poking is super relevant, but I'm gonna do it anyways. So I can blow up Ujin, but that's not really leading to anything. Oh, okay, never mind. Silly me. Yeah, I guess I could have been doing it. I don't know. Don't think it matters. Well, I suppose we know it now would not have ever mattered. It's actually on 5? Oh, that doesn't change that. Okay. No reanimate. This is indestructible, right? Yeah. So I can bounce? No, that doesn't really do anything, does it? Doesn't really do anything. Yep, we're dead. As if we ever had a chance, I don't know. Oh, that was an unfortunate game to play through. My opponent literally made it take 3 or 4 times as long, for no reason. With the Silex. Yeah, I don't know. Could have just sent the 8/8, but with Ulamog it doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter. Yeah, nothing matters. It's not like I'm stealing anything with the Saga. I could get the Shroud enchantment, but they'll just target that with Ujin, and then we're back to having nothing matter. Okay. Wait, let me read that again. Okay. Okay, so pass? Not sure I've ever seen this. Oh, it can exile? Oh, well, yep, we ruined everything then. Thought it was a destroy. Let's take you. But still, though. Still. Still. We're still losing. Right? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's not a bad line, but still. I'm still just losing that game. But you're right, I did not give myself the outs. There were outs to be had, and I suppose I didn't get them. They're very linear outs, and they're not, like, super exciting, but if they were there, we didn't go for them. I'm gonna get a basic here, so I don't die. So you. I can tutor up Supreme Verdict. This doesn't have haste, does it? No. They milled Yargle, so it's at 18. But it doesn't have haste. So we'll see what they do. If Witness Protection doesn't work, I guess I am screwed. Oh, we milled Supreme Verdict. Okay, there goes that out. Not that it was technically an out anyways, but... This has to happen. I will play 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I can't Splendor and cast it, but what we can do is get this in play and look for the card. Oh, wait a minute. Yep. Yeah, we can still play this. Let's see what we've got over there. Okay, they have Buried Alive and Virtue, both things I'd rather not see. Although the Virtue, I think, is a bit slow. Do they have 7 mana? No, they don't. They have 6 mana. They have to draw a mana source. If they do draw a mana source... Of course they draw a mana source. Of course they draw a mana source. Alright. I could have gone for the reanimate side instantly, but... I mean... Silly me, I guess. I think it's still just... Sphere of Safety. Could take Starfield, but... Is there any haste in the graveyard? There's a Shieldred, but that doesn't matter. Yeah, we could just take Starfield. If our opponent keeps milling us, I feel like this has a lot of value. Assuming I'm not dead by the time I would get to it. But with my opponent's Mesmeric Orb, I kind of like this. And there's nothing to reanimate out of my graveyard that ends the game. Overlord is nice, but I think you're always getting Shieldred for obvious reasons. They don't want to bury live this turn. They want to wait. Unless they just get rid of poop. And just put poop in the graveyard, which is fine. Mana Dorks or something. When it gets rid of not creatures, they don't cast Buried Alive? Okay. We're gonna blow up Shieldred, I think. We lose our commander, but we can recast it. Yeah, we probably just have to do this. How come the untap happens after the upkeep? Why does that happen? Shouldn't I untap and then all of this happens before I target something with upkeep? Thought that's how that worked. I guess not. I drew Reanimate. That's hilarious. I can take Shieldred of my own. I think that's probably a really good idea. And I can Spark double Shieldred, which is hilarious. Can't say I've had that happen. And then I can get Lumra and have infinite mana. Okay. I'm almost decking myself out completely here. It's close. The Mesmeric Orb does actually mill me for like 20 or something. So I have maybe like 2 turns to kill them. And I'm only showing, do I have a way to get trample or flying? Yeah, I have the mana for whatever I want now, I guess. But this doesn't have haste. This is a funny game. You may discard a card, return target creature, or land. There's nothing really to do with that here. Yeah, I don't think I can do it because I don't have 3 turns. If I had 3 turns, I think we're fine. But I can't do it in 2 because above all the other issues this commander's had, it can't just instantly flip. It just doesn't have haste. Yeah, so the orb should have untapped my lands and triggered before I target it with Shieldred. Or, excuse me, the Starfield. So I'm not sure why it did that. Does Mesmeric Orb triggers, do they happen in the upkeep? Or do they stay in the untap step? If it stays in the untap step, it makes sense to me. Oh, excuse me, doesn't make sense to me, but if the triggers move into your upkeep, then all is well. I would imagine it works the way it's supposed to. It'd be kind of weird if it didn't. It's the only card that would do that in the game, so I'm sure they're aware of it. I just haven't had it happen yet. Okay, fortunately that doesn't matter. I wonder if drawing a card for me was right. That did not have trample. I wonder if that was right. What gives me the most outs? Drawing more cards? Reanimating this? Sure. Reanimate that. Reanimate that. They are moved? Okay. Yeah. Then it makes sense to me. How do I kill the orb? Don't tell me I'm missing out to kill the orb. What do you mean kill the orb? Oh, you're right. Could have just... God! Ugh. Wait. We're still in it. We have an end step reanimate. We're still in it. Okay. We didn't actually throw. Take action. It's not a legendary, whatever I target. I suppose I'll target Yuna? Okay, maybe we didn't actually throw. Hold on. Can I just target this? Wait. I can't target again, okay. Target you? Okay, hold on. We're unthrowing. We're unthrowing. I'm gonna blow this up right now so there are no mistakes. Discard you. Grab. Summon Spaghetti Monster. Cast Spaghetti Monster. Blow up this. Swing. Shieldred has Swamp Walk. This dies... When do these die? Now, right? Hold on. Yeah, so we should send them. It's all just lifelink. They have good blocks. I didn't even have to swing with the Shieldreds, honestly. Could have ossified first, but again, I'm more fixated. I think this game is over no matter what I do at this point, so I'm just gonna play like the weirdest lines and not really care, because there's not many major mistakes, potentially. I am gonna deal with their commander, because I just don't want them to have a turn with it. And probably safe to cast this. Probably safe to cast it. It's only milling, what, 5? Yeah, it's probably safe. This game is less than 10 turns from ending anyways. Okay, actually hit an enchantment, that's funny. Not the most exciting one, but who cares. And then end step, Yuna, exile, Overlord, or blow it up with... Oh wait, I can Overwhelming Splendor. This is probably the best. Probably the best thing to do here, yeah. Because it kills their creatures anyways, because they go down to 1/1 with damage on it. Alright, so the post-combat removal was actually a good idea, given what I just did. Alright. We almost missed that out. It would have been really sad. I kind of just got so hung up that I couldn't... Okay, is that fine? Well, there's nothing I can do about it, but I don't think that solves my opponent's issue. Put you here. I can't recast my commander. I'm not even going to touch my fetch lands. Probably can't cast Overlord, so we'll do this. Or the blue Overlord. There's nothing to blow up with Bahamut, so I'll just do this one. Well, hey, it's damage. Yeah, I can't cast my commander. It mills 5. It's just not a thing I can do. Old spadoodle, sure. Some 1/1s, yep. So they can put, what, 3 1/1s in play? They do not do that. Let's put you into play now, because there are targets. Draw nothing. That should be fine. Dang it. Stop. Ah! Stop. Stop it. Opponent has drawn the things that keep them in the game, but not things that keep the game going long term. There's just nothing, without creatures, I mean, I don't know if there's anything they can do. Yeah, there's no Buried Alive here that matters. Nice. What a crazy game. What a crazy game. I'm glad I blew up the Mesmeric Orb. I swear I almost didn't see that. Which is kind of embarrassing, but you know what? It's been long. It's been a long game. Yup. Get wrecked. Get wrecked. Good game, though. Cool deck from the opponent. Cool deck. I like it. Mesmeric Orb. This might have been the first time ever it's milled us out without them being like some kind of quote-unquote mill strategy, right? You know, like milling me on purpose or whatever. So that's kind of funny. However, because they milled me so much, and it didn't win. So this is what I say every time someone tries to mill me 5 cards a turn or something. None of the milling matters until the last card you mill. So if you mill your opponent for 70, which we actually got milled for, I'd say probably about 70. Maybe more than that. I don't know how many lands Lumra, Lumra put into play for us. But, let's say it milled 70 cards. Because they didn't mill all of my cards, I have access to my graveyard. They didn't have, like, graveyard hate on top of the mill. And you gave me Starfield Central because you didn't completely mill me out. But again, my opponent's not trying to mill me out, but the incidental mill against most commanders is valuable. Really? I mean, my opponent wants to have themselves get milled, and you know, you might as well play it if you like it, but most decks will utilize their graveyard if you give them access to it. And we had access to it, so. Cool game. definitely did. The very last turn wasn't the tightest turn, but again, it didn't matter because I had so much in play. It was up to my opponent to do anything about it. I could have probably played as bad as possible that turn, and my opponent, they just have to do something about it. Interesting session with this commander. Very interesting. So, the enchantment count for the amount of times it whiffed felt kind of bad, right? I mean, it's a third of the deck. A third of the deck are enchantments. There was just like 4 or 5 casts in a row it just whiffed, and that felt terrible. It wasn't whiffing when we were at like 20 enchantments, but when I went up to 30, I just, for some reason, wasn't hitting anything. I ended up adding Reanimate, because we started adding like overlords and stuff for maybe the milling of the 5 is important enough. You genuinely could have ran Uro, but this is the problem. It starts to turn into 5-color good stuff pile, and I'm not making room for like the Saga enchantment stuff. There's a huge issue with this commander, and it seems that it's weighted pretty heavily, or maybe it's just the cards in your deck or something. The first half of the play session was nothing but the sweatiest of decks, and then later on I started to see kind of things I've never seen before, ever. Like, ever. There was 2 or 3 commanders today I'd never seen them in my life. Which is kind of cool. It was really cool, actually. And I didn't just beat all of them. It was like a game was being played. So those things exist out there. One could make the argument you just concede if you see abysmal things in your opponent's command zone. And unfortunately, I kind of think this commander is in that scenario. We have combos, right? This didn't start in the deck. I was confused. Actually, we were confused back and forth 3 times whether this combos. It does. With your commander, and it's an enchantment, so that would have been better than the spell we cast, but we never comboed. Not a single game. There was one opportunity to combo, but I respected the unknowns of my opponent's hand, and Sterling Grove with Shroud actually jacked it up. I missequenced with this because it had Shroud and I messed up, but other than that, never did I feel like this was ever going to happen. And this died all the time. My opponents actually killed this even when there was not much of a reason to, because I wasn't untapping and threatening 6 mana to flip it. And even still, there's times where if you do flip it, you don't really have any enchantment or saga or anything that you're interested in copying. So, now that is to be said, you don't really know what else could happen. Like, it just casts something crazy and then like, oh shoot, I really wish I killed this. And so, it still makes sense to kill it, but I feel like people were more scared of this than they should be. And from what it appears, the sweatiest versions of this sort of just do the mill 5, get value, and then maybe have like a really scary saga or some enchantment or something, but for the most part, it's like just card selection with this other thing on the bottom of it. And it's just 5-color good stuff piles. And that does weigh this commander, or it will if it isn't weighed already, which again, I'm not really sure it is, because it's Final Fantasy until the next set. That's my approximation. Jeez. I could do it, I swear. So, with that being said, this does not do well against the best decks, and if it winds up being pitted against them because it's a 5-color good stuff pile nonsense, it's just Golos with like an enchantment thing, this will probably be in bracket 5, right? What the... what's going on? What's going on out there? That's weird. It's like a cruiser outside my window, and then it slowly rolled away as if it was there the whole time in silence. That was odd. 16% chance to miss with 30. Are you counting 99 cards, or are you counting like 92 cards. Because we do draw some cards. Oh, I guess 92 cards? Because I can't play it on turn 1. Oh, but then you have to account for the cards in my hand being enchantments, which you wouldn't be able to hit because they're in my hand. Oh, I guess if that's the math, it's the math. Suppose I'll take those odds. I mean, again, it was only one chunk of time where it was missing, but what about like if I cast ramp spells and we pull? Well, ideally it's kind of turn 2, but yeah. Actually, it's actually beyond. So that's one thing I'll say. It's beyond turn 2, which is not a good sign, sort of. Like, I'm always interested in casting ramp spells before I'm interested in casting this. Grabbing an enchantment out of your graveyard is great, but you have to have the mana to cast it, right? And let's be honest, you should probably expect this to die every single time you cast it, because the more than 4 hours of trying to resolve this, it died all the time, every time. Yeah, so I don't know. It can't really rely on the backside of this really at all to me. Every deck is prepared to interact with the 4-2, and I'm pretty sure the other side just dies anyways. Yeah, it doesn't suddenly have Shroud or Hexproof or even Ward. It can just die as a 6/6. So definitely one of those vulnerable things that isn't as scary to untap with as VV. Like, if you play VV and you have your Mox, like you always do, and your opponent can't kill it and you untap with it, it's like, oh, well, they're screwed. But with this card, if you had, like, Mox in some protection spell to keep it alive, you don't then suddenly have, the best thing going for you, like you would with, say, VV or whatever. I was just always interested in casting stuff, and it seemed to me like it makes sense to have this as a 3-mana... what's the name of that spell? There's a spell that does what this does. Top 5 cards? This thing? You just have like almost exactly this thing, except this can see creatures, which is, I guess, arguably better. It's like a commune with the gods in your command zone, with sometimes a better upside of flipping it and doing something very scary. And you should have those outs in your deck. Don't just have, like, nothing to do with this card flipping. I think, some amount of sagas, or at least the best of the best, are okay. Going for the combo, to me, is just completely unrealistic, unless you're probably shaving maybe 1 or 2 colors. Okay, so we could shave a color and make room for, like, nonsense, like mana drain and whatnot, and go more into the 5-color good stuff pile, because that's just, let's be real, the best thing you can do with a commander like this. The alternative, maybe, is go in the Scythus direction, and you're green-white Enchantress, and you're just doing that kind of thing, splashing the other 3 colors. However, you start to fall into that realm of, well, why are you not just playing Scythus? Why are you not just playing the First Sliver? So, it's in a weird spot for me, but there are at least, basically, an infinite ways to assemble it. There's infinite things you could do, assuming some of those cards are sagas that actually care about this. I mean, you need some amount of enchantments, so you have a little bit of a delineation from being the First Sliver, but it really doesn't actually have to be by that much. It really doesn't. I will say the sweepers kind of didn't do that much, which doesn't surprise me. I've been saying sweepers are kind of taking the back foot more and more as this format gets closer and closer to Legacy and, dare I say, Vintage. So, removing 1 or 2 very scary things is just better than sweeping the board of like some random stuff that they could have. I mean, you can still 2-for-1 or 3-for-1 and be in a huge advantage. There's some opponents that will just crumble to a sweeper, but still, I think I just shaved it down to just Supreme Verdict and what's the other one? Oh, I took it out. The saga that sweeps the board repeatedly was not working. The what is it? Phyrexian Scriptures. It's like this was just not really working. It is double black. Playing it the turn after you cast your commander can be very difficult because you need red and green, and now you need double black. It could kind of be hard to do that. And that would be the most ideal this card would be, is immediately the next turn. Protecting your commander from blowing everything up. And then moving on from there, but... Calyx. I didn't run Calyx. I guess either Calyx, again, leading into any of the green-white enchantment things are fine. You'll drown in cards. You'll probably have plenty of mana because you're green, and all that jazz. Citizen, Champion, Scythus, whatever that other one is. When you cast enchantment, draw a card. I just didn't want to play those cards. I just didn't want to do that, but. Yeah, one of the best... Do I actually have it? Let's see if I can find it. I might not have it anymore. It doesn't look like I do. No, I do not. Alright, so maybe this is just an example. Like this. This is probably better than what I was doing. And you could play this with that commander here. The one we were just playing, whose name I can't remember. And... yeah, you could run the combo sprinkled in here and just play green-white Enchantress and probably be better. You could even splash the completely degenerate things, like you could sprinkle in Dark Ritual, Mana Drain, and all that jazz. It is unfortunate that this deck is like that. It is unfortunate, but that kind of seems the idea here. It's nice, and probably had to be every color, so you had a reasonable degree of sagas that this can actually play with, because if you're stuck to red and green, your saga payoffs are kind of not really that great. You can't play all the really good stuff if you're stuck in green and white. You can only play like a couple red ones and then a few greens, and then that's it. There are some enchantments that are interesting to copy with like decent ETBs, and then you sack them after. But you can't do like an O-ring, because they just get the card right back. I was thinking about Treacherous Lasagna. How is it spelled? I don't know. This thing. Treacherous Blessing. Could play this, but I can't get rid of the first one, so I'm just going to have to deal with that for a while, if not the entirety of the remainder of the game. But it is nice to copy this with your commander and just continuously draw 3, right? That is kind of cool. One could argue you just play one of the enchantment cards that draw, like enchantment enters draw. Like, you could just play this. We could have probably played Up the Beanstalk. Could have played, the other one that cast, Eidolon is another one. Like, these are fine here. But again, you're not really letting your command... This is dying all the time. It's died countless times. It died so much that I don't believe the flip side is something to consider. And the enchantment matters thing is kind of just awkward. There are so many avenues to go with this commander that it's hard to talk about like just one thing, and I guess I'll do the best at describing what I was trying to do, which is ramp into reasonably scary enchantments that are impactful. and then potentially have this copy some of them as like a plus. But there were quite a few games I would really wish I was just Yuna instead, or I was Scythus. But I mean, that's just bracket 5 against like Keenan all day and stuff. But yeah, so it's kind of weird. It's definitely a weird commander, but that makes it cool, right? I mean, I can look at 5 different lists that have like, I don't know, a total of 600 unique cards across them or something crazy like that. I mean, not that crazy, but you know what I mean. There's just a lot of options here. There's the 5-color good stuff pile. There's the green-white enchantress. There's whatever I was doing, which is ramping into enchantments and treating this as commune with the gods, sort of as a spell with, that stuff going on. There's all in on combos. You could play all of the combo cards and end up taking one of them out. You could play all of those in a bunch of tutors to find them, and then just go for the combo with like protection spells. And again, try to step away from the cards you see in front of you and just picture a blue-black control deck with the combo inside of it, and you're kind of playing this weird Asura rack combo. Like, that exists. You can try that. So it's kind of limitless in its game plans, as long as those game plans have something to do with enchantments. Right? That's kind of the only true restriction here. And that's pretty cool. That is cool. But again, it is unfortunate that this will probably be in a high bracket because it will be held hostage by the 5-color good stuff pile commanders strategy decks. And that will just take away from anyone doing it like, oh, I want to play a red-green, bard class thing with this, with enchantment creatures. It's like, well, unfortunately you're playing against Keenan because the other people playing this decided that 5-color good stuff pile is where it's going to be. And that is something to take note of. So if that ends up being the case, I just can't really recommend this commander at all. Honestly, I really can't, if that's the case. If it's not bracket 5, then, it does some pretty cool stuff. I wouldn't even say what I was doing was busted. It definitely is not the sweatiest thing that this commander could do. Right? I had to force myself to not run mana drain to actually do something that cares about this. And it does lead to some interesting games. The games that don't end immediately are pretty fun, right? For a commander like this. Even the games that don't win. It's like, oh yeah, the game lasted quite a while and this mattered and drew me some cards maybe. Filled my graveyard up and all that jazz and whatnot. Starfield of Nyx was basically like a difficult to interact with Shieldred that just reanimates enchantments, and that was rather threatening once it got going. It is slow, but it's not super slow, especially when this mills you. Oh, that's another thing. You can run some kind of Graveyard Matters strategy with this card. I don't like quote-unquote self-mill as the reanimate enabler part of things, right? Like, say, Slimefoot and Squee. Like, oh, I'm just milling myself with all these cards. Like, it's extremely inconsistent to get any one ideal thing when you're just milling yourself. So, to me, it makes more sense to run, like, Faithless Looting effects, Buried Alive effects, and all that jazz. And let me tell you right now, this deck could have ran Buried Alive. There are just so many things you can do here that it's no wonder that it took me over an hour to put a deck together that was, anything. Because there were, by the time you're done adding cards to it, you realize you're at 185 cards. You're like, shoot, what did I do? Oh no. It's hard to maybe fine-tune down to a solid, like, it's just, you could just replace any of these cards and swap it out for something similar, or an enabler, or removal, counters, giant creatures. You could literally put a Tali in here, like full stop. You could put a Tali in here, probably just take out Wash Away in this, and be like, boom, I have a Tali now. Like, that is, everything is on the table. A Tali maybe should have just been in here. We are kind of on the ramp side of things. I had Zakama in here. I had Zakama in here. Like, anything's possible. I mean, Zakama's a pipe dream, don't get me wrong, but, you know, any excuse to play that card, I will shove it in a deck. But, alright, that's all I've got for this one. All over the place. If that's your kind of thing, I can recommend it. But again, if it gets stuck in bracket 5, just expect that to be the end life of this card, just stuck there forever. But who knows? Like, comment, subscribe, and I'll see you guys next time. Thanks for watching. My outros have been a bit rambly, but to be honest, the past few commanders have been kind of hard to just sit down and talk about, because when there's so many different things you can do with something, it's hard to just talk about it in bite-sized form. But I'm doing my best with this one. The strongest commanders are the ones I play first, usually when it comes to new sets, right? Like, oh, this looks like it could actually be successful, let me play that one. And then you get to one of these, it's like, okay, there's a lot going on, there's a lot of weaknesses, and because of those weaknesses, you must look at it differently, right? One of the weaknesses being this dies to everything your opponents do forever, and there's not a lot of resilience to it. It's just going to die, and that you just have to take that into consideration. And to me, it's not realistic to play a bunch of protection spells and Chrome Mox and Mox Amber just to really try to keep this alive. It just doesn't seem productive, because you have to make room for those cards, while also making room for enchantments that are scary, and also make room to have cards that enable your ability to actually cast all of that. So, yeah, very all over the place, but alright.